Check, 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 check,
Check, check,
check, check, check,
check, check, check, check.
check, check, check,
Hello, mic testing. Hello, mic check one. Hello.
check.
Okay, va?
Check, 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 check.
Hello. Mic speaking. Wait பண்ணுங்க. Hello, mic check one. Hello, hello. Mic checking. Hello, hello. Check, check. You good, no? எங்க? இது பாருங்க. Check, check. Hey, hey, hey. Check, check. Hey, check. Okay. on பண்றேன். Q தானே? Hello. Mic checking. Hello, hello. Okay, va? Okay.
The cable is not there for this laptop. இல்லை இன்னும் கனெக்ட் இப்ப இப்ப செக் பண்ணுங்க ப்ரோ. இல்ல இதுல ஆடியோ ஆடியோ இவரோட ஆடியோ ஸ்டீரியோ ப்ரோ. HDMI portion. ஸ்டீரியோ தான். ஆமா டிடெக்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஆனா அங்க அங்க தான் பிரச்சனை இருக்கு. இங்க செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஆக்சல் செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இல்ல ப்ரோ எதுவும் பண்ணாதீங்க. இல்ல உங்களுக்கு ஆடியோ இங்க செக் பண்ணுங்க ப்ரோ. இங்கே வந்து நீ மெயின் லெஃப்ட் ரைட் இப்போ ஓகே ஏதோ இப்ப பாருங்க. வரல. இல்ல வரல. இல்ல அதுதான் ഇന്നലെ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. ഇന്നലെ ഇന്നലെ ഇപ്പൊ എന്താ ഓപ്പൺ ഓഡിയോ എടുത്തത് ഇപ്പൊ പുള്ളിക്ക് വരുന്നുണ്ടോ നോക്കി. ഇപ്പൊ വരുതാ
அங்கிருந்து போறது எனக்கு கூட ஆடியோ வருது அந்த
என்னது பார் கீழே வந்துச்சு இந்த வாரம்
உங்களுக்கு வேற இல்ல எனக்கு வந்துச்சு எனக்கு 11 and 12 இல்ல ஏதாவது ஒரு பின் எனக்கு அவுட் ஓகே அது 13 and 14 எது வேணா எடுத்துக்கலாம் அவங்களுக்கு செக் பண்ணி போங்க ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே
பாரு
நார்மலா எப்பயுமே 11 and 12 கொடுப்பாங்க இல்ல 13 and 14 என்னோட அவுட் ஏதாவது ஒரு பின் நான் ரெக்கார்டிங் போட்டு ஓகே அவங்களுக்கு தான் இப்போ இது வந்து நாய்ஸ் வருது இது எப்பயுமே கனெக்ட் பண்ணது கிடையாது மேப்ல தான் அவுட் ஆக்சுவலி இது அது அவங்களோட ஒரு கேபிள் இங்கேயும் ஒரு கேபிள் அங்கேயும்
ஓகேவா
மியூசிக் போயிட்டு இருக்கு
இது பிபிடி எதாவது எடுக்கணுமா எது எது
இல்ல wait check the number each one check now I have put in 27 28 only ഞാൻ പറയാൻ വരുന്നുണ്ട് കറക്റ്റ് സാധനം കറക്റ്റ് തന്നെയാണോ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ഇത് ഇന്നാണ് അപ്പം ഇവിടെ ഇന്നാടാ ഇന്നാണ് ഏതാണ് 23 24 രണ്ടിന്റെ സീറോ കിടക്കട്ടെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഗെയിം What about this? This one I put it in phono. Can we change or check that? It's the same. Yeah, that back to 11 and 11.
எல்லாம் இந்த நேரம் எல்லாம் யோசிச்சு வச்சிருக்கீங்க ஒரு நாள் தான் தருவாங்களா கரெக்ட் கண்டிப்பா அந்த ஒரு நாள் ஓகே
Mhm. Check, check, check. Check one, two. Check, check. Check one, two.
இங்க இருந்து
Okay, your laptop offset.
அது எத்தனை தரம் மச்சான் நாளைக்கு எக்ஸி வாங்கி போட்டுருவான் அவன். Hello, mic testing. Hello, hello. Mic testing. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check one, two. டேரக்டா யூஸ் பண்றேன். Check call to check. Check.
Check,
Hmm?
check. Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting with the debate soon, so I request everyone to please shift to the front rows. There's a lot of players in the front row, so if you could please shift.
செக் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. இப்போ ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் எதுவும் வரல தானே ஓப்பன் ஆடியோ
இல்ல இது பழாங்கி இது மாதிரி நீங்க பேசு மாத்தி மாத்தி
பட் உங்களுக்கு மைனூட்டா வரல.
Check, check. Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to the final day of Connaissance 7.0. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a vibrant confluence of knowledge, research, and innovation. And today, we continue that momentum with two intellectually stimulating sessions, debate and panel discussion. Now, we're going to begin with the debate centered on a topic that has gained increasing relevance in today's educational landscape: traditional teaching methods versus self paced learning in medical education. In a time where digital learning platforms are reshaping the educational landscape, it has become crucial to reflect on how these changes are impacting the way future doctors are trained. So, before we start with the debate, we have a pre debate poll which we would like you to answer. You can use a phone to scan the QR. Okay, so we're privileged to have with us two highly respected faculty members to present their perspectives. Arguing for the motion is Dr. Apurva Shastri, Additional Professor, Department of Microbiology, JIPMER. Accompanying sir is a student, Mr. Hari Prasad, from batch of 2K23, JIPMER. Arguing against the motion is Dr. Venkateshwaran R., Additional Professor, Department of Medicine, JIPMER. Accompanying him will be student Ms. Archita from the batch of 2K21. Moderating this session is Dr. Rakhi Kar, Professor and Head of the Department of Pathology. We look forward to her expert guidance in navigating through this important discussion. We request all of you to please take the dais. We encourage the audience to participate actively during the Q&A session that will follow the debate.
Good morning, one and all. So it is my privilege to welcome you to the starting session on the last day of Connaissance. And To begin with, we have a very interesting debate on a very pertinent topic, that is traditional teaching methods versus self-paced learning in medical education. So with the rise in digital education, should medical education transition entirely to self-paced model with online resources and clinical exposure, or does the structured environment of traditional teaching and lectures still remain indispensable? So that is the topic for today. It was very interesting to see the pre-debate poll and the shifting gears. So let us see how it changes over the debate. So as already introduced for the motion and against the motion, we have two very prolific, popular and passionate teachers who are going to speak. So for the motion is Dr. Apurva Sastry, and accompanying him is Mr. Hari Prashant. And against the motion is Dr. Venkateshwarar and Ms. Archita T. So I will briefly tell the layout of this debate. It will be roughly of 1 hour duration. And for the opening statements, we will have 15 minutes assigned to each of the speakers. So they will speak, and then we will probably have polls in between, and then there'll be rebuttal round where each will get 5 minutes, and then we will have a discussion and finally see what the Janta's poll or mat, that is audience poll stands, we will know at the end. So looking forward to the debate. So I first invite the speaker for the motion, Dr. Apurva Sastry, Additional Professor, Department of Microbiology.
Hello, students. Hello, students. Hello, students. So you have delayed 55 minutes.
Huh?
You do that in your MBBS classes? Yes. So how much time you will get extra to sleep at home if you have to bunk your lecture class and read the online lectures in your tab? At least 1 hour you can sleep extra? Yes. I know you guys will be busy in the night with your chattings. So you want to get up late or not? Sometime back, Yashaswini asked you to come to the front, and I asked her that how many of you come to the front when I ask the same thing in the classroom. Answer will be zero. So how many of you are not from JIPMER? I want to tell that at least 5 minutes I will spend at the beginning of my every lecture class to make the students to come to the front. And she is expecting that you all to come to the front. So it is possible. So I will start my session. I have the responsibility. What has been given to me is for the motion. So I will be talking about how self-paced learning is going to help the student and how it is better and it can replace this through online lectures, or you can also have self-reading. Learning mode, SDL mode, where you are supposed to read the class by yourself or without classroom teaching. So it is already part of NMC curriculum. The first point which I want to look forward. Supplemented by practical and the clinical posting. We are not discussing here about the practical and clinical posting. This is going to be constant in, in, in both the portion of the debate. Okay, so this will be there in the online lecture also, and will be there in the classroom model also. Only we are debating between the theory classes and the online lectures. So let us start. What are the differences? The first Now, the beauty of the digital mode is you can rewind, review, and you can repeat, which has led to can you tell your teacher, sir, you teach slowly? No, you will only tell that, sir, you teach fast and go. Yes, so pace regulation you cannot do. Whereas you can do that in a online lecture because the videos will come with the icon to regulate your pace. So reinforcement of key or complex topic. Again, it is teacher dependent. He has to teach you the key areas again and again. Whereas in a online mode, you can replay the important area. If you're not understood, you can replay the important area. Making notes will be difficult because most of the classes are PowerPoint based. PowerPoint reading, if the teacher will do fast, then you will not be able to make notes. Isn't it? Whereas you can regulate the speed, you can pause, rewind the videos. Making notes will be easier in the online lectures. As a result, the resultant is the retention is going to be better. Now, revision during the exams. Not only during the watch, you can repeat, review, and you can pause and make notes. After the video is over, you can watch the same video again later. In a concise mode, 2x you can play. Fast you can play, and at the exam time, it can be boon. Classroom teaching, how you will replicate later, which is going to be difficult. Yes. So if you miss the class, then you lost the topic. Whereas if it is a recorded class, which you will watch later, then you will not lose the topic. Several advantages. I mean, advantages, if I go on and on and on, then I will take at least 24 hours. Yes. Modules. Classrooms teachings are traditionally the MBBS classroom teaching. One type only. MBBS classroom module. It is not a different module. It is not exam oriented. No separate module is available. Entrance oriented, no separate module is available. Only the traditional classroom teaching. Whereas if it is a self-paced online lecture mode, you can have access to different modules depending upon whatever is your intention. Throughout the year, you can choose MBBS classroom module. The exam time, you can choose the university exam module, as well as when you are close to your NEET exam, you can choose the NEET module. Accordingly, the duration will vary based on the module and the platform. Whereas classroom teaching has a fixed long duration. Now, pandemic, you have seen how the online lectures have helped you during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you have a health issues, you will not be able to class. You have a broken leg, you can't come to the class for 3 months. You will lose the class for 3 months. Whereas online mode, you can always access to the class from your home. Monitoring, which is supposed to be an advantage of classroom teaching, can also be done by self-paced teaching by online test, feedback on the screen time. All this you can provide to the student. How many hours they have seen every day, how much score they have got. So self-discipline, which is going to be a drawback of online mode, which can be improved by several parameters also. Feedback to the student given on the exam. Again, it is teacher dependent. On a classroom teaching mode, we give to the feedback to the student completely teacher dependent. Some colleges the papers are shown to the student. Some colleges only the marks are given. Papers are not shown. Whereas whereas in online mode, the performance tracking of the student can be done, and a personalized report card can be shown to the student as well as to the parents time to time. Feedback taken on the teacher skill. This is also not performed in so many colleges, whereas in an online mode, the teacher will be taken into consideration only when the feedback is good. So all these are several advantages. So to summarize, I would like to propose a model called as college subscription of online lectures, which can be the future. It is a proposition. You have to tell whether it is a good idea or not. My proposition is, what about if we have online lecture inside the classroom? The college will do the subscription and will have online lecture inside the classroom, supplemented with library with computers where you can do the revisions. This will help the poor students. You can argue that how the poor students will have tab subscriptions. You will have internet connection. How you are going to get this? So if you have a computer in the library, that will solve the purpose. And also attendance will be taken in the class. That will solve the purpose of self-discipline. So the drawback of online lecture is you will not be self-disciplined. Okay, so the self-disciplined drawback can be negated by having the online lecture inside the class where the attendance can be taken. Big advantage is uniformity of teaching can be maintained. I'll tell you from in the perspective of my subject, microbiology. After the CBME curriculum got introduced, you know that the traditional organism-based teaching got shifted to the system-based teaching. Several colleges are still doing the organism-based teaching. They are not shifting it. Whereas NMC wise, 2019 onwards, all the batches are supposed to shift to the from the organism based to the system based. So uniformity of the teaching can be maintained if you have online mode across India. All 729 medical colleges will have the same pattern of teaching. And what will happen is when you write the entrance in future, the competition also will be a quality competition. Okay, so these are the several advantages. And of course, then you can ask me, if you have this model, then what is the role of teachers? The local teachers' role is tremendous because we are not replacing the practical classes. We are not replacing the clinical posting. All this will still be there locally. And route clearance classes can be there with the local teachers, where like for example, a lecture will be displayed for 1 hour, and the local teacher at the end of the class can interact with the student for their own doubt clearance, or the doubt clearance session can be done weekly once, so that the student can go back, read the topic, and they come back for the doubt clearance class. These are several advantages which can be adapted, and local teachers can devote more time to the patient care as well as to the research, where which are getting neglected by the intense time what we spend towards the academics. So with this, I rest my case. I urge you that you should support me to have this debate for the motion, for the reason that you have several advantages. Uniformity of the teaching can be maintained. All those colleges where you do not have CBME curriculum well implemented can be implemented now. And also, you will have access to the best teachers of every subject. You can have access to the lectures every time you want to see. Exam time, you can do a revision. You can slow down the pace, and you can understand the topic better. You can make notes. If you're not able to understand, if you're able to understand, you think that the lecture is going slowly, you can increase the pace. All this will be there in your fingertip. And now, of course, madam, the online lectures are already replacing the school classes. Alan or ACAS, all these are the various platforms where already the school our children are now accessing to the online content. Okay, so I hope I have made justice to the topic given to me. You can ask me how you can do that. We are teaching for so many years. Traditional mode of thing, how to change. How to change, how to change, how to change. To that, I have the last slide for me. So, the only thing that is constant is change. If you cannot change yourself, then you can consider that that will be end of your life. Last day of your life, you should not change. Remaining all, you should keep on changing. A doctor, you are going to treat the patient. So how can you tell that I will not change? A new antibiotic will be available one day before your death. You will be seeing the patient. You will give that antibiotic to save the life. Yes or no? If yes, then you will not change. Change is the only thing what is constant in your life. Okay, so with this, I rest my case.
So thank you, Dr. Apur. So we heard from Dr. Apur, who is a strong proponent of the concept of self-paced learning in medical education. And he has strongly put forth his point, emphasizing that it rests with the student to control the pace of the teaching, and they have the option of reviewing, rewinding, and of course, teacher quality variability will not be there. And then he said that it rests on the student self-discipline, and mentioned that that can also be controlled by having these online lectures in classes. So very interesting concepts have been put forth. So now we will listen to Dr. Venkateshwaran R, Additional Professor, Department of Medicine, who will speak against the motion and in favor of traditional mode of teaching. Okay, so before that we have a poll. Let's see how Dr. Apurv has swayed the polls. So we have an overwhelming number using Marrow among other resources as well. So now we move on to Dr. Venkateshwaran, who will speak against the motion.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind words. Are we closing down the poll? Yeah, right. Okay. So, thank you for the organizers for this opportunity. And here I'm to talk about in favor of the traditional teaching methods. And Apoorv is my colleague, so he has made his point very clear. But still, I have to defend my stance. And in this competitive spirit, I have to let him down here. Sorry, Apoorv. So again, thanks to Archita, who has helped me a lot. Dr. Apoorv, we have misunderstood the topic. The motion here is medical students should transition to completely self-paced learning model, relying on online resources and clinical training, replacing the traditional lectures. Okay, this we are looking for a motion as a replacement. So I think it's not a replacement. Traditional lectures can never be replaced or never should be replaced. So that is my point here. So let me move on. Right. So to begin, if you feel that traditional lectures can be totally replaced with online lectures or not replaced, we go to say that you have not listened to passionate traditional lectures. One more caller, Mike. Can I just turn it on? You can use how many mics you want. No. Traditional lectures, sorry, again, classrooms have become so big. Traditional lectures never used mic earlier. So the problem with the technology, right? We are misusing technology. Sorry, sir. So the human element. So I want here to first highlight the human element of traditional lectures. When we start a traditional lecture, look at the students' face, look for the nod, give a quick feedback. The teacher, we are worried whether students have really understood the point. An online lecture, do you the lecturer who delivers this interested whether you have understood? He is there, just list out points and tell you like point number 1, 2, 4. He doesn't care whether you have understood. An online lecture, go about saying something, I see your expression remiss. I get an immediate feedback. I say, okay, fine, students have not understood. I'll give you a different perspective. Okay, fine. I'll continue until I get a nod from the student. Yes, fine, he has understood. We take the responsibility as a lecturer. In a traditional lecture, it is possible. In online lecture, I don't think it can't be. That we titrate depth of understanding. We repeat until students have understood. Take up that responsibility. It's not happening. It's not going to happen online. There is a scope for interaction. In online lectures, of course, there is scope for interaction. Which interaction is more human? Traditional lectures, or you just drop a message in a message box, chat box, asking for a question which almost never gets answered. So which kind of interaction is more human? We are losing the human touch in the name of online lectures. In fact, but another important aspect of learning is jumping between ideas. Jumping between ideas. You have to understand this. All information is already available in textbooks. Why should we have any lectures at all? All information is available in computers. What is the idea of a lecture? Lecture makes it easy for you to assimilate that information. Compare traditional lectures with online lectures. In traditional lectures, we can jump between ideas. And jumping between ideas is based on the feedback of the students they give. For example, if you have not understood, we'll go to a different example, give you an analogy, make you understand, and come back to the point. Have you experienced in online lectures? You get frustrated. Trapur was mentioning about the rewinding the videos and going back. What happens out of frustration? Oh, I'm not understood. Go back. Okay. How many of you had that experience? All of you should have experienced because I had that. I didn't understand. Go back. Even if you listen to that same clipping for 10 times, still you remain frustrated. Oh my God, what is the point? I'm not done. Then you go, any waste time, you go online. But in case of a lecture, you have not understood. Finally, the lecture says, if he fails to understand, okay, me too, I have not understood. Let me come and clarify. This opportunity does not happen in this kind of teaching, does not happen in online teaching. So the other important aspect of traditional lecture is digression. We tell a story, we tell a fun, we share a personal experience. Once it gets recorded, all these elements get eliminated. Without mind all this. Yeah. So in a traditional lecture, there is scope for sharing personal experience. There is scope for sharing, they can mention what their personal experience. But once it is recorded, we tend to avoid all them. We tend to avoid the digression. We tend to avoid the fun. In a classroom, people make fun. Come on, you get to tell me what did I tell? If we find a student sleeping, we tend to ask them. But come on, we draw the attention of students by interacting with them. What happens in an online lecture? The professor is detached. He doesn't care whether you sleep. And he was baiting you. People said that how many of you want to sleep during online lectures? Of course, all of us. But that's not the way to go. Do you know about online MIT lectures? I don't know if you know about online MIT lectures, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Do they use online lectures or they use chalk and blackboard? Yeah. So I'm here to say that traditional lectures can never be replaced. I agree with Dr. Apurv that online lectures and recorded videos have enough advantages. I'm not refusing them, but they are on top of traditional lectures. So let us be human and we should crave for human touch in the traditional lectures. So my next point is these online videos and online lectures should be viewed as something supplementary, not to replace traditional lectures. If we had ice cream, sometime or other we used to choose the toppings. Which one do you want? Do you settle only with the toppings or you want the toppings on top of ice cream? Yeah. So it's like when you want to say that I don't want traditional lecture, I want only online lectures, it is like missing the ice cream. Toppings are supplementary. It adds you a flavor. So online lectures and recorded videos are like toppings in the ice cream and not a replacement for ice cream. I agree with Dr. Apur. Thank you for helping me. But I'm here to tell you that we need the ice cream. So, you know what happened during COVID? During COVID, even schoolgoers were forced to attend online lectures. Imagine the plight of primary school. Imagine, do you need a primary school teachers to take classes for students, or do you need all these first standard, second standard guys, boys and students attending online lectures? All of you would have had such experience in your family. Like we see MBBS students as somebody who has to be taken responsible. Like we should take responsible and give you the teaching. So online lectures and recorded videos are supplementary and not a replacement. So I have another question for you. How many of you have ATM cards, debit cards? Right. How many of you have credit cards? How many of you have only credit cards? Can credit cards replace all the ATM cards? No. Missing ATM cards is something essential, isn't it? Debit cards are essential. Here the motion is, are online lectures replacing the traditional lectures? No, and it's never going to happen. Because that's element of supplementary, being supplementary, and traditional lectures you can never do away with. And yeah, this analogy, one more point should be clear. You have to understand the difference between exit exam and entrance exam. In exit exam, at the end of your final year, you are tested for what you need to know. What are the fundamentals? What are the basic ideas? What knowledge is essential? The traditional lectures aim at providing these essential lectures, essential knowledge that makes you a doctor with minimum requirements that are essential to make you a good doctor. But whereas online lectures give you more information, these online lectures are for entrance exams. Be very clear. If you rely only on online lectures, you will lose that essential knowledge. You will lose the basic fundamental knowledge with a lot of understanding that is required to make you a good doctor. Are we aiming at making students to do perform well in entrance exam, or we aiming MBBS course to make good doctors? If you want to make good doctors, you need traditional lectures. If you can sense, can you see the sense? Can you give online lectures? Can they give the basic idea and the fundamental understanding in medicine? Never. But online lectures definitely can give you more information if you have already understood the basic stuff. So this is what I mean here. The ATM card are the basics, are the essentials, are the fundamentals, and can never be replaced. Yeah. So coming to the self-discipline Dr. Apurva was talking about, all of us are human beings. I hope there is no doubt in that. All of us postpone. All of us postpone to the last minute. All of us procrastinate. So it is a human nature to delay things to the last minute. Have you ever repented? You'd have shared your pen drive to somebody, got all the online lectures, and you have all 100 videos, and all of your laptops will have hundreds of videos, out of which at least 95% of them are not seen yet. At least I can say 90% of the students have 90% of the lectures not yet seen. How many of you agree with me? Almost everybody. Others are not are sleeping, I suppose. Right. So Apur, again, you lost the game with me. So it's a human nature. Again, a credit card, coming to the previous example, credit card lures you. It tells you that gives you 1% rebate with every expenditure. What's the profit of that fellow? Basically, we tend to spend more, make a mistake, lose the due date, and they make profit. The same thing happens with online lectures. They'll give you all the 100 lectures. You are like, I have all the lectures, I may not. But time is limited. We forget that. But in the last minute, in the last 2 hours, you cannot watch 100 lectures. You scrub through the video, and it's 2x. Come on, this is the maximum speed in this video. What is this? All of us scrub through videos. Imagine watching a movie in 5 minutes by scrubbing the video. You lose being human. You want to download all the stuff in 5 seconds. Time is limited. So that traps you into online video. It lures you that online videos can be a replacement. But online lectures, traditional lectures scheduled over a period of time, over weeks and months, gives you, mets out, pieces of information in pieces that can be assimilated at human ability, right? So self-control is a myth. Self-discipline, of course, all of us are humans, and we cheat ourselves, and we have a false sense of security that we have all the material in the laptop, but we lose to understand that time is limited. I want to give one more analogy for that self-control. People say that when it's self-paced learning, the terminology is very, very, you put yourself saying that self-paced learning. Please be careful. You want to take a ride from Chennai to Bangalore. There's an 8-lane road, 8-lane road that is wonderful. It's wonderful. You enjoy the ride, but not every ride is like that. You want to go from Chennai to Bangalore, you take a train. The other choice is you take your own car, right? In which one are you in total control? Train or a car? Car. Okay, right. All right. Now, let me ask the second question. Which one do you enjoy? No, it's time for my need. Right? Okay. I warned you already. It is the entire life is not all the 8-lane road that you take from Chennai to Bangalore. The life has realities. What we have is all the lectures in the laptop. We cram in the last minute. We call ourselves that we are self-paced learning. We get caught in this traffic jam. We suffer in the last minute. I lost all the time. So this is a personal experience of all of us, and we should remember that we are cheating ourselves by replacing the traditional lectures. We tend to hoard, we tend to, collect a lot of lectures. There are umpteen videos that are never seen. Yet another aspect is the aspect of discipline. Talk about discipline. In medical field, when it comes to learning, we don't decide when we learn. In the clinics, say for example, you want to learn how to tap pericardial effusion. Say you are a programmer, you want to do some programming in Python. In the middle of the 2 o'clock, you've taken a strong coffee, you don't feel like sleeping, you want to program, you turn on the system, start coding. Okay, the same scenario in medical field. You've taken a strong coffee, you want to learn pericardial effusion. Hey, come on, you come. Let me inject some fluid into pericardial cavity and try to tap. Pericardial effusion. You get patient with pericardial effusion. You don't know when you will get that opportunity. You want to intubate, patients will not come on, intubate and learn some intubation. No. The real world experience of learning comes only as and when available. You are at the mercy of the patients to see the experience, the first real world to learn. So that is about patient management. And if you can't even attend lectures that are scheduled and class schedules are shared with you well in advance, and if you don't even have the discipline to attend these lectures, you can't even adjust yourself, your routine to attend lectures, how are you going to all of a sudden become successful doctors who are going to care for the patient? There is an element of sacrifice. Your life as a professional, as a doctor, is not decided by the way in which you learn. So if you can't even attend lectures, forget about being a very good dedicated doctor. So the medical field demands a lot of discipline, and that cannot come just after doing your MBBS. So this is the self-assurance, false sense of security that we have all the lectures, all the material, but we never see all the lectures. Yeah. So this is my final point here. In lectures, all students sit together. And if professor makes a point, makes us seemingly very stupid. In an online lecture, you feel, oh, is it me who is stupid or the statement is stupid? But in a real classroom, you look at your friend. Hey, yeah, I also feel that stupidity. No, probably then both are stupids. Then we can't help. They should not do MBBS. So you look for a reassurance. You look at the entire class goes into kind of what is something wrong. You get the peers, you see the peers. There's a healthy competition. Who understands better? There's a sense of socializing. You see how peers are reading. In online lectures and recorded videos, there is a tendency to disconnect from the rest. In fact, you tend to disconnect from the lecturer. Do you feel comfortable to approach a lecturer who has given you online videos, or do you feel comfortable to approach a lecturer for your STS, say, from project, who has given you traditional lectures? Whom you think is more approachable? You know that, I don't want answers. I know the answer. And classroom is a place to socialize. We are already having classrooms, so we are not sensing the value of those classrooms. So in a traditional lecture, we tend to talk between lectures, we tend to talk to our friends. If we have only online videos and recorded videos that replace these traditional lectures, the number of hours that we spend with our friends will be lost, we'll be disconnected, we'll cocoon ourselves, and we lose being social animals. So yet another thing is, the world is seeking for cheaper and cheaper options. World wants to always increase efficiency. World wants to give so much information in the shortest possible time. But traditional lectures is the one that doesn't care about efficiency, that looks at you people as human beings. So in a video lecture, in 55 minutes, I can cram all the stuff that is required and just read out like a robot, and all that information is available in that 5 minutes. Are you information hoarders? You want to download all the information into the brain? Are you devices? Are you laboratory animals where experiment is conducted? Are you just human? Please don't answer. So I want to conclude that traditional lectures can never be replaced. And Dr. Apur, please go through the motion once again, that I'm not disagreeing with any of the advantages that you highlighted, but I'm strongly feel that traditional lectures have a place, will keep you human, and that can never be replaced. So let me conclude with one point. If you still hate traditional lectures, you are not a human being.
You, Dr. Venkateshwaran, wonderfully putting forth the important lecture. And what Dr. Venkat emphasized is on the human element, which is missing in online lectures, and scope for digression and the teacher's perspective, which are only possible in a traditional lecture. And of course, the importance of self-discipline. So all that. So all those soft points which cannot be actually accrued from an online lecture. So now we have a poll. We have a poll following which we will have the rebuttal round. So we are seeing some shift in the gears. So it's again going to be a very interesting rebuttal round where each speaker will try to defend their case. Okay, we have closed the poll. Now over to Dr. Apur to again put forth the points in his favor.
I will speak later. First, we'll see the students' point of view.
Thank you, sir. So, hello, guys. So, I'm Hari Prashant from JIPMER second year. So, a very energetic good morning to all the dignitaries, the respected moderator, and intellectual opposition. And an even more energetic morning to the most important people in this room, my fellow peers, medical students. Because let's be real, how much our adults discuss and about pedagogy or policies, at the end, we are the one who is going to live the reality. Because we are the one who are cramming through lectures late night, early morning at 2 a.m. before the IAs. So, in the poll, when I saw the answers, I spotted one weird comment like, why change the teaching method when we can change the student's perspective? I doubt it was put by one of the faculty or put by the opposition themselves. But still, if some of you are still clinging that traditional methods are better, that the student's perspective must be changed, then in the next 4 minutes, let me change your perspective back. So the opposition sir made very two strong points. One is about human touch, and the second is about self-control. So COVID batch. So I had like 2.5 years of online. And the second point is he said self-control is a myth. Yes, self-control is a myth, but I would like to point out that if self-control is a myth and him thinking that self-control is not there only in online class, it's delusional. So it sounds more like a personal problem to me. If a person doesn't have discipline and he's going to sabotage himself, he will do it. He's going to sleep in online classes. Do you think they don't sleep in classrooms? So the next he made a various interesting analogies, which I would like to look upon: credit card and debit card. For me, like as long as I get cash, I don't mind if it is credit card or debit card. And what's the use of debit card when my bank balance is zero? And the next analogy he made was going in train and going in car. Again, destination matters. Would you like to come to college in train or go to some tourist spot in car? Would you like to travel with professor in train or go with your crush in a car? So you decide. And ultimately, if you are going to be lacking self-discipline and self-control, which we can compare to having motion sickness, you're going to puke. If you go in train also, you're going in car also. So you can't help it. So next is he said about nodding. So let's be real. Let's talk about this nodding. So have you ever been in a class, in a lecture, where a professor shouted like, "We will cover that later," no? And 200 heads nod, "Yes, sir, we can cover that later." And he's told about peer influence. Like you'll be in a class and something sir teaches, and I turn to this sir, my friend, and say, "Oh, bro, it is stupid. It is stupid." No, we don't do that. We don't do that because we know once we do that, sir is going to call us, stand up, get out of the class. Or worse, he's going to tell, "What you're talking, come front and say me also whole class here." Or worse, come to the board and teach me what I was telling, present it to the class, I'll listen. We don't do that. We keep our mobiles under the benches and we text, "Bro, is this stupid or am I stupid online?" So I'm so happy that he is so interested in building bond between peers. So in online, we are able to comfortably DM our friends in background chats and send memes and stickers. So it increases peer bonding. And he said about forced, yeah, uh, people are forced to attend online classes. Yes, people are forced to attend online classes. No one is forced to come to offline classes. We come interestedly. No one is forced in the name of attendance. There is no attendance. You can come, you can go. You don't need 75 percentage. Yeah, 80% for practical classes. So to just picture this, no, like it is 8 a.m. lecture and you're barely got 4 hours of sleep and you're sitting in the lecture hall and you glanced at your friend and is why the professor is droning about in Krebs cycle again, and your friend is taking notes or drawing stick figures, who knows. Either way, you're not retaining much. Now imagine if you pause, rewind, or even speed up the lecture to 1.5x, all while sitting comfortably in your room, in your pajamas, with a cup of coffee. It sounds like a dream, right? So self-paced learning makes it a reality. So to make the debate more formal, it makes tell you statistics. So 2019 Journal of Medical Education studied like 73% of students using self-directed tools reported better comprehension, with 61% saying that they would have flunked without the freedom to rewatch lectures. So you are still scribbling mitochondria. The prof has gone to the 87th slide, but you're writing what is in the first slide still. Self and self-paced learning is like, chill, bro. Hit fast, grab a snack, and let's tackle this human speed. Maybe with a Netflix break between glycolysis and gluconeogenesis. So traditional lectures are like a bad Tinder date. So 2 hours of awkward vibes, no escape. They're questioning your life choices. So self-paced learning is the chill friend who says, "Take a nap. We will cram later, maybe with a pizza." So to wrap this up, let me leave you with a thought. We have moved from cadavers to 3D anatomy apps, from chalkboards to digital whiteboards, from sleeping in the last bench to learning in bed. The world has changed and our learning needs to keep up. Self-paced learning is not about escaping hard work. It is about choosing smart work, learning responsibly, and growing at your own rhythm. Something every future doctor reserves. And every future doctor needs self-discipline, and that can come only when we start self-paced learning. Obviously, it'll be tough at the start, but then at a point of time, we will gain that self-control. Because if there is one thing that med school has always taught me, you don't always need a professor to shout focus. Sometimes all you need is 1.25x speed and Wi-Fi. So let's not fear change. Let's embrace it. Let's adapt it. Let's mold it, serve a greater purpose, producing doctors who are not just trained, but truly demand. And that was one interesting point. That's- Okay, so lectures are like your mom yelling, "Do your homework." Sure, it is loud, but you're still sneaking Instagram reels under your desk. No one can help you. But self-paced learning is like the block. You're adulting, you're setting your own alarm and still acing the test, maybe with a break. So another important point before wrapping up, I would say like about the human touch and the interaction between the professor and the students. Let's be practical, guys. Like, what do you mean by interaction? You mean awkwardly waving at a professor who doesn't know your name while 200 students fight for the last bench? Thank you.
So very well said. He has covered the points which I wanted to tell. That in a classroom you have 200 students and 30 students will be sleeping in the class. In spite we interact so much. So where is the human element? If the human element is there in a lecture, then how students are sleeping in our class? So as he told that human element is required inside your heart, self-discipline is required inside your heart. So you should be knowing what you're doing. How will you? He didn't speak about the non-uniformity of the classes. Non-uniformity of all the classes. Some are teaching without a PowerPoint, just like that. Some of them are teaching in the PowerPoint where they're reading the slide. How will you avoid? How many of your teachers are reading the slides? How will you avoid that? How will you avoid that? Is it there in your control? No. That can be negated by the online lectures where the classes are taken by the renowned faculty. So of course the advantages are there. Human element is there. The personality of the teacher who teaches you in front of you by seeing that you develop interest in the subject. That is, I agree with you. I totally agree with you that you see a teacher, you look upon them, and you try to become like them. You try to read the subject, develop interest. So for that you have the clinical postings. For that you have the practical classes. We are not replacing them. For that, even you have doubt clearing classes also, which I have proposed in my last slide of the hypothesis what I've given. In the doubt clearing classes, you will have interactions. But if you replace, now you are telling you top up. That point you didn't cover, so I will cover. So if you want to top up the online lectures on and above the classroom teaching, then when the students will have time to relax, students will go evening and they will start reading the online lectures. When they will have time to chat to their friends, playing time when they'll get, they will not get at all. So ultimately they'll get a mental exhaustion. So top up is required only for ice cream, but medical education we cannot compare to an ice cream, right? We are dealing with lives. Okay, so I rest my case. It is all now up to the Dr. Venkat.
Your points. So over to Dr. Venkateswaran and Archita. Defend their
Morning, everyone. And then, yes, I do agree. We heard the praise of online lectures. It provides flexibility, convenience, and whatnot. What does it trade for in return? Distraction, bro. When I'm preparing for IA, I just have self motivation. I just build up my mind. I have to complete this subject in just 2-3 hours so that I'm going to get the gold medal in my college. That is the time my friend sends me the notification. WhatsApp and YouTube. A new movie has come. Anime has come. What about the distraction? Not robots with program learning and do only the specific task. We are humans. Ultimately, we are humans. So we do get distracted. So what about the online lectures? And then most of us were completely online during COVID. Yes, when I was preparing for my NE during COVID, no motivation. Because when you are into a class setting, you get motivated by seeing your peers. When she or he says, I've completed this lesson, have you not? We actually tend to get that motivation. And then ultimately, wearing those pajamas or shorts in front of the online lectures? Is that learning? You want to have coffee during learning? Is that the whole purpose of learning? No, it's not. Just go into the real classroom settings where you have eyes contact and then immediate feedback by faculties. And sir has said that one faculty for entire India. When a faculty in traditional lecture can't remember the names of 200 people, that you don't even with the faculty in Paul also, where we had a fight between Naro and Pepladder. That is the biggest confusion. Even I have a confusion because the topper says that he has used all the platforms. Should I use all the platforms? It's ultimately creating confusion whether to take this platform or that platform. And most of our friends, this particular topper is from this particular platform, and then ultimately have a cognitive load. You want to increase your cognitive load? Already medicine is stuffed up, bro. And already medicine has too many complicated topics. Do you want to still have confusion?
Dr. Apurva, you are spoiling our things. That is very intentional.
So do you still want to complicate your life like how I am now complicating with two mics? The online lectures, the traditional lectures, two faculties, two platforms. And what is the most common illness that we are suffering from? Because it's procrastination. When we don't have the motivation to go to the classes, which are mandatory attendance, otherwise you'll get detained. Do you have motivation to watch online lectures? Is it? Do you still have motivation to watch online lectures? Okay, how many of you have 100% completed videos of your first year or second year? Obviously not. We just skip the boring lectures. If it's interesting, it's just 20 minutes. Let me complete it off. Oh, 1 hour, bro. How can I do it? We just skip the important topics that we can't do in traditional lectures. We're ultimately forced to it. And if the faculty reads the lectures in traditional classes, is it the problem of traditional lectures? What is the problem of the faculty? Still, I enjoyed Dr. Apoop sir's classes. You know, I still remember the anthrax class which he took in my second year, and now currently I'm in third year, where he quoted the example of where he accidentally touched the culture plate which had frosted glass appearance, and then he took regimen for it. I can't, I don't want the juniors to miss your passionate lectures, sir. And when we see in traditional lectures, we do have the liberty to ask doubts. Can even ask the doubts to our peers. But what about the online lectures? When you send feedbacks, do you think the particular faculty will review your feedback when we don't even make notes for the class? Do you think you'll make notes of the doubts and then ask it in a week? Actually, not. I just forget what I learned an hour ago. Do you think I'll remember the doubts which I have an hour ago and then compile it, make a file, PDF, and then ask it to the faculty? And faculty will have time to address the entire crowd in just a 1 hour doubt session? Obviously not. You need real-time feedback. You need real-time doubt clarification. And then how many other times you just rewind and listen to the lectures? It's going to be the same words and phrases. But in traditional learning, when you ask sir to repeat the complicated topics, when he's passionate towards the students, he will literally do it in different terms, different examples. Okay, let me give you an example. Yeah, let me just create an analogy for you. Did you guys understand? Do you understand? Please tell me, did you understand? These are the words which we hear in our traditional learning, not in online lectures. And then I personally desire for a 10x speed because all my online lectures are still pending. Just wanted to watch in a week before my IA because we guys are preparing for this Connaissance and I have a lot of piled up online lectures. So now I desire for a 10x speed that I could actually scrub through. But do you think I can pass? It's a way of surviving. It is not a skill that we all should have to have a wholesome understanding of the topic. Yes. And then moreover, what's the important skill that every one of us must have? It's a patient-doctor communication. Do you think the virtual monitors will give you communication skills? Will help you to develop them? It's the real-time classroom feedback. Now you can interact with the peers. Now you can do teamwork symposium, collaborative learning, different views, which are actually required to develop your communication skills. Do you think can you survive with online lectures? And even patients will never come to you. They'll ask ChatGPT. They'll upload all the investigations and ask what's the diagnosis instead of coming to you because they also prefer online stuff and not you. So do you want to replace yourself? Because even ChatGPT gives a diagnosis, treatment, and what dose to take. So why do they want you to give the same regimen? And why do they want to pay you? They can just subscribe ChatGPT and many more to come. AI can replace. So what's the difference between AI and humans? It's about the eye-to-eye contact, a patient touch, human touch, which is required. So ultimately, I want to conclude that when you can replace traditional learning with online lectures, even ChatGPT, AI can replace the physical human doctors. And then one more point I'll add it. So do you think you'll be true enough to online test? They have auto proctor on so many apps, but still we keep switching tabs. We just copy the question and we want to score ourselves. You're cheating yourself. You're cheating yourself, your parents, and everyone. How many of us are loyal to online test? Obviously not. So the self-assessment is completely gone. In a research study, which was conducted last year under ICMR, it was shown that already most of my batchmates have an average of 8 hours per day, and they suffer with sleep issues. Do you think online lectures the entire day ultimately impair your sleep because the blue light is going to decrease your melatonin levels? So what about your health? That is ultimately important, right? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. This mic is good. Yeah. Thank you. I'll take another few minutes.
Yes.
I have 50 points. Right. Okay. Let me ask you a very critical question. So I have some 5 points here to make. Do you think this debate done online is good or in a traditional lecture style? I don't want answers. See, it saps out the life of debate if you have it online. You see the amount of interaction, the amount of fun, the amount of, how when others laugh, you also start laughing. You don't even know why they laugh. That's human. That's human. See, it's very difficult to use. It's very easy to lose the spirit and say that. And whenever I talk about human, you've misunderstood many of my analogies, and you're making trivial jokes out of analogy. All of your classes will have some nerds who can watch lectures back to back, sitting in one place. All of you agree? Please answer. Right. Okay. You have nerds. When I say that you are not human, doesn't mean that you are robots with AI 2.0. No, you are nerd. That's what I mean. Whenever I say that you are not human, you are being human. You have misunderstood whenever I said you are not human. The other important lack in the side of argument from the other side I see is they have not mentioned a single point. That's a single point in favor of their topic. The motion is whether online lectures should replace traditional lectures. Every time they talk about the advantage of traditional lectures, the question is not worded right. It is not traditional lectures without online lectures versus self-paced learning. Please understand. I'll request the organizing team to change the question. It is not self-paced learning replacing only online lectures. There is only online lectures, no traditional lectures. That is not the question. That's the question. This is so confusing. The questions are so confusing. Actually, traditional lectures, you have the privilege of online lectures. I'm not talking about that online lectures are bad. Should we do away with the traditional lectures is the question. So please understand the question and give the polling. So yet another point is about the Bloom's taxonomy. You'd have heard of this, some of the teaching principles. And when somebody was talking about the Krebs cycle, learning is not about remembering, repeating. We are not learning, childhood rhymes here, repeating the Krebs cycle. It is not just about remembering. Remembering comes at the bottom of the Bloom's taxonomy. As a doctor, you should understand with repetition, it is not the question of remembering. The repetition, playing the video back again and again will help you to remember. But remembering is cramming and just mugging up. As a human being, as a doctor, you have to understand, you have to apply, you have to make judgments, you have to become a creative soul, not just mugging up and cramming by repeating videos. When you have a traditional lecture, it will help you to understand better, because the person, if you ask me to repeat the same sentence in a video, it will be exact replica of what you had for the past seconds. You go back to second, 9 seconds, you'll have the exact sequence. But if you ask the lecturer that, Professor, I didn't understand, can you repeat? He would not repeat in the same words. He will give you a different perspective. He'll say that, okay, you have not understood. Okay. Say, for example, he'll start explaining, he'll elaborate, he'll give a different perspective. He'll make you understand. Videos can make you remember. Please remember that remembering is the bottom of the, you are cramming. We are not making doctors to remember, download and remember information. We want you to understand and relish. I have another question for you. Say, let us say information is calories. And you want to know that information, right? There are 1,000 calories in a dextrose bottle, right? And there are 1,000 calories that you can take in a candlelight dinner. Which one do you want? You can save time. You can have your IV dextrose in 30 minutes, and maybe in fast foods you can munch, you can have calories. It is not about information. It is about relishing the knowledge. It is about tasting the knowledge. It's like taking ice cream to the rice tube. If you don't understand the analogy, I can better. You can put it and give you a perspective. The idea is not about pumping those 1,000 calories into the body with a video. It is about relishing this medicine. You should enjoy the medicine. That's possible only with traditional lectures. You enjoy this debate being here. Imagine yourself sitting in front of a computer screen and watching this debate. Will you have this fun? And every instance of the opposition team comparing with the lecture, they took the worst form of lecture and they make comparison. Okay, not all traditional lectures are the worst form. They take up the worst lecture form and they say, all students are sleeping. Probably the lecturer was not interested. That is for you to work on those lecturers and give a feedback or work on it. Don't compare traditional, passionate, human lectures with the worst. That's a small request. Okay. Other important aspect I was trying to highlight is, when it comes to lecture focuses on the fundamentals. Online videos focus on what is required for an entrance exam. Exams tend to test not the fundamentals. Exit exam, that is at the end of your final year, will test the fundamentals, whereas entrance exam will test you all those extra points that you know. All fundamentals are generally boring. Imagine as a first standard, second standard, you said A, B, C, D. These are very fundamentals. If you ask it, prefer repeating ABC. Something like that. In traditional lectures will ensure that you know the basics and the fundamentals. If you are given a choice as a medical student, if you are given a choice to choose lectures, you will choose the interesting topics. Let me choose and read these interesting topics. But many times it is, okay, what is asked in the exam? I choose which is asked in the exit exam. We are not here to mold students and prepare them for exams. Please understand. We are here to make you as human beings. And our opposition talked about the destination, the train and the car. What's the destination? Being successful in the entrance exam? I mean, that's how the world is moving away from. Are we making good human doctors and not nerdy ones? So the other important difference is feeling privileged. So traditional lectures are a privilege. So you feel like a king. You don't know, dramas are enacted, like cinemas are recorded cinemas. So you should feel like a king and feel privileged when you have a traditional lecture. So, so with this, so let me conclude. So once again saying that you have misunderstood when I said it's not human. So if you still feel traditional lectures are not the way to can be replaced with self-paced, again, you are not a human, but you are a nerd. Let me add this phrase just for the sake of clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkateshwaran and Archita, for a very passionate defense of your case. Now we open it to the house. Do we have any questions from the house to any of the teams or any points to be put forth? Yes, please introduce yourself and
Should we have the
maybe
polling now before
this is there a spare mic? We can.
you want the mic?
I can be loud enough, but okay. My name is Kalam. Mic is not on. Kalash, mic on.
No, it's turned on.
Now it's on.
Yeah.
My name is Kailash. I'm junior resident in Department of Medicine. Both these great professors I have the privilege with their student. So my question is to both the faculty. There are two questions. To Dr. Apurva, sir, you never talked about what about those who flunked their exams? There's a sizable chunk of class, the bottom quartile, who struggle to pass their exams. I mean, what should they do? They just can't repeat the
No,
videos.
I think there's a lot of echo and we are not able to make out. Can you come on stage, please? Take this mic. Yeah. Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay. So I have two questions, one to each faculty. To Dr. Apurva, sir, you never talked about what about those who flunked their exams? There's a sizable chunk of class, the bottom quartile, who struggle to pass their exams. I mean, what should they do? They just can't repeat the videos or switch to another platform. Is a personalized touch better with the faculty at the medical school who can, curate the content according to their requirements, help with their supplementary exams? And this to you. And to Dr. Venkat, sir, I wish all my professors in my undergrad were as good as you and Dr. Apurva. But that was not the. But sadly, that was not the case. Many of them, many of the professors, they would walk in the class, read out the slides, and just walk out. They won't even look at us. And during those times, I really wish, man, why did I come at 8 a.m. in the morning just for this? So I don't know. Are we doing enough to train the teachers in what is actually required in the classrooms, or have we given up? Okay, thanks.
Kailash, you have a question for me as well? The second part. Yeah.
So I will answer to your question, Kailash. You told that for the low performing students, how they will deal with the online lectures. I totally agree with you that low performing students, a personalized touch, one-to-one interaction will definitely help. But the question is it happening? Is it happening in our college or in any college? Low performing students have to repeat the exam again. So where we are giving the personal hand to them. If it is happening, yes, it is definitely so. I agree with the online lectures into a into an 100-hour extended video and a 20 hours capsulated video or whatever you do, but a one-to-one interaction it cannot replace. For that, you have practical classes, you have clinical postings. You can go always to your teachers and discuss. Those things are not our debate is at 200 student ka classroom where the teacher will stand on the stage and will not know what students are doing. Even you crack a joke also, they will not smile. So I will not know that whether they have understood me or not. Even you, I mean, we usually get the eye expression of the student. The eye contact will tell that the student have understood or not. But nowadays, eye contact of the student is totally bland. I mean, they will be sleeping inside, you will not know. So, yes, one-to-one interaction is definitely good. So, your question for Venkat?
So I have the mic. So Dr. Kailash, what I understood is there are lectures please be seated. So if there are lectures where people read out PowerPoint slides and leave the lecture hall, and what are we going to do about it? Am I right? Yeah. So there is a sad state of affairs. One is there is no reward for being a great teacher. There is no reward for being a great teacher. There is a reward for having as many publications as possible, but there is no reward for being a great teacher. Being a great teacher is never recognized. Any system without a feedback and without any inputs for improvement will tend to fail, will tend to disappear, degenerate. And that's what's happening with the so-called traditional teaching. If you really bother about the quality of teaching that is missing in the lecture halls, you have to voice it. You have to come up with some system of some feedback so that how lectures can be improved. And very important is in medical training, all of a sudden we become professors. Whereas in school teachers, they have something called Bachelor of Education, B.Ed, Masters in Education. They read the education principles and they become teachers. But in case of medicine, that's not the case. Only this recently they have realized, and NTTC, there are a lot of training programs for teachers. But in MBBS and in MD, there is the teaching, how the principles of teaching is never a part. So unless the lecturers unless the professors are passionate about teaching, so that's a sad state of affairs. I agree with you that some of the lectures are not on par or not of good quality. I totally agree with you. But that is not an excuse to say that that's why we are resorting to online videos. I agree with you. But that is not an excuse to say that we should kill, murder, and bury the traditional lectures. I hope you have answered your question. Thank you, Kailash, for the question.
Any other question? Maybe we can take one more if there's a quick question. Anybody from outside, other colleges? Yes. Please. You can come up here.
Hello. I feel very grateful having attended this debate. But then this question is not directed to any one of them. A lot of institutes like Akash or Alan mentioned by Sir, they also have online lectures. So they feel like once the students don't understand in the lecture hall, can go back and read, can go back and watch the videos. But then aren't the institutes making the students or training the students to go back and watch the videos instead of reading their modules or anything? So why are they confusing the students? So according to me, online lectures are not a bane. They're not a boon, they're just bane. So traditional lectures should only be the only option. How can it exist?
Yeah.
Should there be a compromise or just traditional lectures? Why are they confusing the students?
So what I understand is, can you rephrase the question? So what I understand is you want traditional lectures, but students should not be confused with additional online lectures.
Exactly.
They are overloaded with online lectures.
Yeah.
That's your perspective. So they should do away with online lectures.
Not exactly, but then They miss
Okay.
out the memories that they're having in the classroom.
Yeah, then you're totally on my side. Then you should have told that.
Kind of.
See, the idea is, Dr. Apur said that the quality of lectures are not uniform. Some lectures are way ahead and way better, right? So if that session is recorded, if for example, Einstein has gave a lecture, I would be happy to listen to these lectures, right? We still listen to Susskind lectures and other Feynman lectures. So if there are wonderful lecture that has to be recorded and they should be available for posterity, I agree with you that. So these should be added as a supplement, as a toppings to ice cream. So we need those lectures, but that lecture should not be the primary modality of teaching. So it is the traditional lectures are the spine, the spine of the teaching methods, and these online lectures and can be added to spice up and add knowledge. So you are not satisfied with the traditional lecture. You want to know more. You want to have a different perspective. You resort to a recorded video. That's I mean, it's not confusion. That's not that's not about confusion. It's about reinforcing what understanding you have, what it's giving a different perspective. So I think that is the way to go. And Dr. Apur was talking about the change. I agree with you that change is inevitable, but the change should be for the good, as online lectures supplementing traditional learning. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
So when you supplement, the biggest drawback is your belly is not having that much of space to accommodate the both the online lectures as well as the classroom teaching. You don't have that much of time.
No, it's
So how will you
mandatory. It is not mandatory. The online lectures are always optional. Ice cream toppings are always optional.
And you're talking about the recording of the lecture. I think she asked, why can't we record the classroom teaching?
Right, record it. Yeah.
If you go with the recording of the classroom teaching, how many of our teachers will agree to it?
I agree with it. You are comparing with a poor quality lecture. See, you are making a such mistake. It is not prepared for a good lecture. Is up. If I am prepared for the lecture, I am happy. Please don't compare a traditional lecture that's poorly delivered to strengthen your side, please. Yeah, any other points? I think I lost the ground. Yeah.
So what we have here, or my takeaway is that on one side we have a complementary model and on one side we have a supplementary model. So what we heard about from Dr. Apurva is that he's a proponent of online resources for classroom teaching.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
And having practical classes and clinical exposure. And on the other side, what we have Dr. Venkateshwaran passionately saying is that traditional teaching is the ice cream and online resources are the topping, maybe meant for revision and rewinding, maybe meant for cracking the entrance, but to make a good doctor, the human touch and soft skills can be imparted only in classroom teaching. So let us see the final poll, what the audience decides. And with that, we will close the debate.
Students who opt for self-learning, please wake them up to poll for self-paced learning. I think you should stop now.
Yeah. Fine. So the verdict is out. So We have traditional, which has to be supplemented by online resources. Thank you, organizers, for giving us this opportunity. And thank you, participants, for being so engaging with both the speakers were engaging, of course, and also the participation was wonderful. Thank you all.
Check, check. So thank you to both our speakers for presenting such compelling arguments, and to our moderator, Dr. Rakhi Kar, for steering the discussion with such poise and clarity. So let's today's debate not mark the end of a conversation, but rather the beginning of a deeper reflection on how we choose to learn and how we hope to shape medical education in the years ahead. Thank you all once again. I would like to invite Dr. Sitanshu sir onto the dais to present the mementos.
Sir, can come here.
No.
Sir.
So who is going to win? Verdict is already out. Congratulations. Now, the other point that also should come to in our mind is when we attend traditional lectures, you did not tell that. I was very upset with that point. That you can also find out with whom you are going to spend your rest of your life. You can find out. You can. Yeah, I am in your side. That's what. So I am upset because you did not highlight that point.
Censor.
Why?
You think something else?
Else, okay, all right, always.
First, we have Dr. Apurva Shastri. Next is Dr. Venkateshwaran sir. Now we have a moderator, Dr. Rakhi Kar. And if I might add, she is the life partner that sir has found.
By the way, we are the competitors. We are there that time, fighting for the first spot. Thank you.
Now we request sir to present the certificates to both the students, Ms. Archita and Ms. Hari Prasant.
Well done. Thank you very much. They want a group photo, please.
I thank you all for being here. We'll be starting with the panel discussion soon, so I request you to please stay back. Check, check. We'll be starting with the panel discussion in 5 minutes. So if you guys can please come back.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very entertaining. Yes, more important. Thank you.
So we now transition to the panel discussion titled From Medicine to New Frontiers, the Ad Astra Journey. The session brings together medical professionals who have explored dynamic career paths beyond the traditional clinical domain. Be it public health, medical, our panels today are living examples of how a medical degree can be a foundation and not a limitation. So we are honored to welcome the following distinguished speakers. Dr. Nivedita T, Assistant Professor, Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering, IIT Bombay. Dr. Nuhat Bardai, Chief of Staff to the CMD, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Tyagarajan K, Sports Medicine Specialist, SRIHER, Chennai. And Dr. Jaya Sridhar, Medical Journalist, Asian College of Journalism. Dr. Prashant Ganeshan, Professor, Department of Medical Oncology, JIPMER. This session will be moderated by Dr. Sitanshu Sekalkar, Professor, Department of PSM, whose vast experience in public health and mentorship makes him the perfect host for this dialogue.
We came earlier, so let's little later. No problem. Start preparing. No, we are not now spiced up with the then.
Sort of giving an introduction to the audience, no? Changing the arrangement, let's take 2 minutes.
Take 10 minutes. Just running down all the way.
No,
Don't want to.
we don't want to make it like everybody's here.
No, no, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. Do from their days. Good morning, everyone. Just give us 2 minutes to set the stage. We are all energetic and we're excited to come here and speak. So that's our fault. So we'll take some time to set it up. Around with traditional benefits. Give time for it will not be able to see the we have chairs. We have the name words there, name words.
Yeah, there is one news.
Lecture.
This has to go like this, like and slightly tilted. See? Switch it. Switch it off. Can what are they? Ask them to go inside. Oh,
So to resume with the panel discussion, I would first like to invite our moderator, Dr. Sitanshu Shekharkar. He is a professor of preventive and social medicine here in JIPMER.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and for your interest in this particular panel discussion. We are thrilled to welcome you for this panel discussion. So let me, at the beginning, let me invite our panelists. The first one is Dr. Nivedita T. Dr. Nivedita, if you could come to the stage, please. Dr. Nivedita T is a neuroscientist, a biomedical engineer, currently serving as assistant professor at IIT Bombay's Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering. She is a JIPMER alumnus, and now we welcome her here. There is a lot of things written there. I'm not going to read all those things there. So welcome, Dr. Nivedita. Great. So second, we have got Dr. Nuhad Bardai. So Dr. Nuhad is a healthcare strategist and physician, currently serving as chief of staff at Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. She is also an MBBS graduate. After that, she has done MBA from IIM Bangalore. And she is quite committed to clinical medicine, healthcare consulting, corporate strategy, and driving innovation and leadership in healthcare. So let's welcome her. With the next is Dr. Jayalakshmi Sridhar. Dr. Jaya is a medical doctor, award-winning health journalist, currently adjunct professor of health journalism at Asian College of Journalism, Chennai. She is a senior health media advisor for Internews and a WHO consultant. So during COVID time, Let's Talk Vaccine is a very popular course that she started, and that was for journalism to talk about the myths about COVID. Our interview invitation and be here. Let's welcome Dr. Jaya onto the podium. With that, you can see women power is there, gender is represented very strongly in our panel. So let's call the other side of the gender, Dr. K. A. Tyagarajan. So we have Dr. Tyagarajan, sports medicine, all IPL, the fan for IPL. So this is a new career path that we can always take. So Dr. Tyagarajan is a sports medicine specialist and rehabilitation specialist, over 20 years of experience. He currently practices in the private sector. But he has done his courses from Cape Town and Sports Science Institute of South Africa. Thank you so much. Welcome to JIPMER. Last but not least, we have Dr. Prashant Ganeshan, a dear friend. Prashant is a professor of medical oncology at JIPMER, specializing in lymphoma, gynecological cancer, lung cancer, supportive care in cancer. Prashant is also the Associate Dean Research. He has got multiple publications and people know him. So I'm not going to introduce further Prashant. Welcome to the stage. So now we have a full panel there. So usually in panel discussion, what we do is we don't take questions from the audience, but with the permission of the panelist, what we are going to do is we deviate from that. So we'll do it as a panel forum. So we'll also ask our participants to share their views and seek clarification from us. We have 4 rounds of questions for them to talk about different career options after we do clinical medicine. Is medicine everything, or there is something else also there outside this world? So that is the topic of today's panel discussion. I think we should start now. So the first part, what we're going to talk about is Dr. Nivedita. So you are from Pondicherry and you are from JIPMER as well. So some people in JIPMER, they say that they're born in JIPMER, they're studied in JIPMER, and also they want to die in JIPMER, right? Is that true for you as well? Not to die in JIPMER. Okay. So the first part is let's hear your reflections on what inspired your transition from clinical medicine to medical technology and research, and why did you choose that field?
Thank you very much. all of you for having me over. Like Sanshu said, I was born, brought up in Pondicherry, studied in JIPMER. But so as I'm a first generation medico in the family, I was extremely passionate about getting into clinical medicine. If you've grown up in Pondicherry, you know the ultimate place aboard for you would be JIPMER if there is no doctor in your family, and it was the same for me. So once I got into MBBS, I think around in the pre-final year, I decided that I wanted to do surgery. Because I liked doing things hands-on, and I was not great in, like you said, a lot of things was like cramming a lot of knowledge. So I felt better. I could not, what do you say? I could not read so much, but I could do a lot. I believe I was just good at it, better at that. So I wanted to do surgery, and I did not have any other option. So again, 2003. So I belong to the batch of 98. 2003 December finished my internship. Even during the internship, the last second half started writing entrance exams. Didn't get through. 2004 entirely I spent only preparing for my PG entrance. I qualified, but I did not get a rank good enough to get me into surgery. So that is where I think things changed. I had three options, which I did not do. One, accept whatever I got, which I did not want to do. Could not convince myself to do that. Second, wait for another year, prepare again, go through the same thing, write the entrance and get a better rank, get into surgery. I could not do that. I had enough of it 1 year. I needed a break. Third, take a break, go practice in a hospital, and then as a sideline, keep preparing for the exam, which also I did not want to do. So the only thing that was left, this was around April, the time of the year, and that is when the advertisement for MTech biomedical engineering opened up in the newspaper. So, and they were looking for doctors. They were taking in doctors, engineers, and anybody from life sciences or any kind of background. They had to qualify an exam with math, physics, chemistry. I said, okay, I'm anyway at home. I'll go back, revise. And I went back to revising math, physics, 12th grade math, physics, chemistry, and I really liked it. Gave the exam, passed the entrance, gave the interview, cleared it, got admission. And then I did not know what I was signing up for. I did not know anything beyond medical instrumentation and biomaterials that involves biomedical engineering, nothing beyond that. I did not know that a career in neuroscience research existed at all. Transition, it evolved over the last 20 years, I should say. So so these decisions are not made overnight or over 1 year or 2 years. So then once I joined IIT, it was a completely different world altogether. From the world where you are in currently, I was exactly in the same world. I went there and you don't find, you're the rare breed. It's like, what are you doing here in IIT after an MBBS? There were 3 doctors in the entire batch, which means 2 batches. So 6 doctors in the entire campus of 10,000 students. And then you don't know what you are there for. You didn't know what to do. But we had to take courses in electronics, programming, instrumentation, and advanced math. So all these courses we had to take. And I thought I'm going to give up after 1 semester. But things were not actually that bad. So which meant that it was very refreshing because I was learning completely different stuff, new things. I enjoyed it, doing say working on the breadboard, writing codes, which I have not even done. I've not even used Microsoft Excel when I joined MTech. So things changed, and I really liked for the exams, like you were discussing about the online classes, these modules. The exams there were I just had to flip the pages of my notes or take the notes with me inside the exam hall. It was open notes, open book exam. You just have to think and get your problem solved during the exam, and it was very refreshing. I did not have to cram facts. It was very different. I liked it, and after the end of the first semester, I thought it's not actually as bad. Let me continue. At the end of the second semester, I was supposed to be doing a thesis for 1 year, which would actually mean choosing a lab where I have to work in to decide what kind of branch I want to take for my further work. Could be instrumentation, sensors, it could be biomaterials or nanotechnology, and so on. There was one professor who does computational neurophysiology, and his course was an entire semester-long course that only taught, basically made you understand how action potentials are generated. One entire semester. That's the only course. So it was amazing. I loved the course, and I got interested in neurophysiology. And then I did not want to do computational stuff. I wanted to do, again, hands-on experimental stuff. I looked for other labs. There were no labs which were doing anything at the systems level in neuroscience. Then there came the opportunity where IIT has an exchange program for master students to do the thesis in Germany. And I applied for that. Look for labs that could hold something that is clinical, still relevant to my background, but still also neuro stuff, but again, research. So those days, Yahoo search had given me something which was called clinical neurophysiology. So I looked for clinical neurophysiology. I found a lab in Germany that which is a department of clinical neurophysiology working on transcranial brain stimulation to understand neuroplasticity. I said, this is something very close to what I like. So I wrote to the professor saying that I'm applying for this. Will you host me in your lab? And I got a positive response. I applied. I got the exchange. I went there. And the 9 months there is what was my first exposure to research. So till then, I'd never had any intention of doing research. So I worked there again with neurologists in the neurology department, but doing research, which was very nice, very interesting for me. And during the course, I decided, okay, now I want to do something more in research because this was not good enough. So then I registered for a PhD in a different lab in Germany. 3.5 years, I continued similar kind of work in Germany. And this was all in physiology. Then I said, now I want to do something in pathophysiology. So I'm looking at more abnormal mechanisms, studying the pathophysiological mechanisms using brain stimulation. So that's when I got an opportunity to do my postdoctoral research at NIH in the lab of one of the stalwarts in movement disorders and human motor control. So 5 years at NIH, you are amongst the best clinicians who are doing almost near full-time research, at least 80 to 90% research full-time. I learned a lot about clinical research, how they work. Maybe I'll talk later on about how the balance, the clinician scientist term actually is currently, the status of clinician scientists in the world. But after that, I wanted to start a lab here to do the same kind of research. So I came back, tried out in NIMHANS, didn't work out for me. National Brain Research Center didn't really work out for me. And finally ended up at IIT Bombay, where I am currently, where I think I'm doing what I really wanted to do. And I think I found my niche. I enjoy, so it's essentially making a decision of what I would like to do for a lifetime. And I think that decision at every point of time is very crucial. If you ask me the same question 20 years ago, I could not have even thought about what I'm doing today. This kind of echoes what Steve Jobs, I don't know if you've heard of Steve Jobs' talk. It really echoes in his commencement talk in Stanford that he gave. You cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking backward. But you can do that only if you believe that these dots will somehow connect in the future. So the small decisions that you take, you don't have to look at where you're actually heading to. So you have to just keep making those decisions then and there, which you think is the best for you. And whatever you believe in, it might be God or your gut instinct, your intuition, your karma, your destiny, whatever you may call it. But I think decision making at every point should be just driven by what you want to do. So, so there was no inspiration. I can only say that the entire journey was driven by just searching for what I really wanted to do.
Thank you.
That was a very long answer.
Thank you, Dr. Nivedita, for telling us your journey in 3 to 4 minutes. So before we go to Dr. Noah, did you before, like, Pondi girls or Pondi boys usually they stay in Pondi? So is this your first trip to outside, from Pondi to Bombay to Germany to US to Bombay? So we will come back to that question a little later. Think about it and tell us. So now let's move to Dr. Noah Bardai. So what motivated you to pursue an MBA after MBBS? Usually that's a rare, I have done MBA, so I know I was driven by hospital administration, and that's why I was interested to do that. So we'd like to hear your story.
Um, just like Dr. Nivedita, right? My entire family is in business. So right from all my cousins and siblings to every female cousin out there, they all do business, join the business, study it, and go back. And um, a lot of people, right? Like when you're young, I was very idealistic, and I still am, I believe, to a bit of an extent. But over a period of time, you also think differently, right? So I wanted to make an impact. And when you're a bright student, and your parents have let you choose whatever you want, so you're going to be like, okay, how do I make an impact, and who is someone who has done it for me? And then it's either you be a professor or you study medicine, right? And yeah, that's the way I thought. I'm not 98 batch. I did my medicine. I started 2015, so I'm kind of very new to this. Um, and then I got into medicine, and while doing it, I felt like, and I've been advised to not say this out loud, but I'm going to still say this out loud. I felt I didn't fit in. This is something I didn't see myself. I wanted to make an impact, but I just didn't see myself doing something or being there. And there is no harm if a lot of people here out feel like that, if even like a few or a couple of you feel like it, right? So I when I was talking to someone, and I heard some resident saying it yesterday, that do something, or pick a residency that you want to be doing or studying in for next 4 years or be in next 10 years. And when I thought about what I wanted to do, I just didn't. For a while, I thought, okay, I'll do the mat or I'll do this, and then it just didn't fit in. I just couldn't think of being in a ward and treating a patient. And I still wanted to make an impact. And when I was in wards as well, right, I would be like, there are a lot of people here. There would be a lot of people, and there were a lot of people out there as well who'd go in a ward and be extremely excited about how a human body works, or what is that ailment, and how is it treated, and we'll passionately be listening to the professor, but be there because I wanted to score well. I wanted to be in a YY and answer every question that my professor asked, and I wanted to be a university topper. So I did it just because I really wanted to do well. I didn't feel like doing it. So, what is it that helps you make an impact? And after a while, my idea of um, making an impact changed as well, right? When I was young, it was about, oh, if I treat a patient, or if I do something good, his family and him, they're always going to remember me, and my karma or whatever I believed in is going to, I would have found the purpose of my life, right? But over a period of time, it changed, and it changed because I thought I should also prioritize myself, and I should do what I really like while doing something good for others. And doing something can be as good as going out there and making sure that the person gets the medicine that I do right now, or making sure that the business that is in healthcare or medicine or something to do with medtech or anything. Because I wanted to stick with my education, is out there or getting. Um, Beyond medicine, while in medicine, right? I also at that point didn't think much. So a lot of my peers or even my predecessors went on to the UPSC, but I was like, okay, do I really want to do that? Do I want to be in that hierarchy again? Because medicine is hierarchical, right? Do I really want to be in hierarchy and 20 years or 50 years down the line still be there? I didn't think of it, and didn't think I'll fit in there. And that's when I thought, okay, is there anyone out there who thinks of what is it that takes a doctor? That is not back. I mean, there's no path dependence when I go on to do my master's, right? Because a lot of engineering, I mean, she went on to do it. I didn't think of it. But a lot of it is very kind of commerce or engineer. I mean, because those are the high school options you have, right? So MBA didn't have a lot of path dependence, and I figured out through LinkedIn or some of my Google search, these days Google, or Instagram as well helps you now, or YouTube, that a lot of MBBS, I mean, doctors go on to do MBA. When you have been a bright student and when you have studied in a government college, or you don't want to be doing it from some other place, but I am Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta. And that's when I thought, okay, I'm going to do it from here. And when I decided I'm going to do it, 6 months into it, COVID stuck in. And I was someone who was interning during the entire first wave. So it was 20, I mean, if I'm not wrong, 2020 till 21, right? That was my internship year. And I was treating and I could see this immense amount of mismanagement. So we go on to practice and then we only run the hospitals. Just like you go on to study and you are the professors, right? You don't have a formal training in being a professor, for being a professor. A lot of us don't have a formal training while we go on to do management and I mean hospital management. So I was also kind of very clear that I don't want to stick to just being in the hospital management, and I want to keep my doors open now that I have a chance to go out and explore again. So I wanted to do general management, and that's why I didn't do hospital management. Because at that point, again, I didn't know what I wanted to do. But I knew what I didn't want to do. So it's kind of, you have to be very clear on what you don't want to do. So while the entire COVID year passed, and I went on to study and somehow got into IIM Bangalore. Yeah, and that's where that's how I got into IIM Bangalore. When people used to ask me earlier why I did it, that's because I said, okay, I wanted to make a larger impact and do better things, which I still want to do and which I still end up doing. But genuinely, if it takes me a lot of courage today to say that I thought I didn't fit in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nohad. It takes courage to say that I did not fit in, and it's also very important to realize that and try to find an alternate path where we can do well, where our heart is lying, right? So thank you so much for taking that step. So from there, let's move on to medical journalism. That's such a wonderful field. Communication is so important in today's world, and COVID has also taught us that a lot of information, disinformation, or whatever we can call it, the WhatsApp University, all they have taught us to be better doctors. They diagnose their problem and come to us. So here we have Dr. Jaya, who is going to talk us through why did you think that medical journalism is your cup of tea? And from there, and why it is important for doctors to be involved in health communication. If you can throw some lights on that, please.
So thank you, Dr. Kar, and such a privilege to be here at JIPMER, one of the best institutions in Asia, in the world, may I add. And it's such an honor to be here, sharing the podium with very, very distinguished panelists who've struck out on their own. It's taken a lot of courage. So thank you for inviting me to be here and part of this group. I just wanted to acknowledge many of the great teachers who have informed my thinking, who've nurtured my passion, been encouraging. And I can start with, Dr. Jonathan Mann. I don't know where many of you were probably born post the AIDS pandemic. So you're the post-AIDS generation, you're the COVID generation. But Dr. Jonathan Mann was the first global director of the Global AIDS program at the WHO. Is a wonderful teacher. He and his colleague, Dr. Daniel, and Dr. Devanayagam, Dr. Suniti, Dr. Jacob John, many great teachers who have informed the way I speak. And I also want to acknowledge my family support I got. It's not easy to, finish up your MBBA. And then you have a very clear, good, profitable career path. And you want to explore. You want the economic comfort and you want a little bit of understanding from your family to explore something else that's an abiding passion for you. So let me thank my husband, Sridhar, who's been very nurturing, who's an ex-journalist himself. So my daughter, who's been very patient, as I was pushing aside big medical tomes to try and figure out some creative writing and things. So I want to acknowledge, and my parents and other family members with so many, with the radiation oncologist, dermatologist, cardiologist, 2 intensivists, a gastroenterologist in the family, striking out took a lot of, thinking. So, why did I make the transition? Let me confess that I have not made the full transition. And this is a really important message I want to sort of convey to the students here. Never let go of your MBBS roots or the learning and the hard work that you've put in. It's very, very important to sort of keep that as a strong foundation and not let go of it. That's a foundation that you build on. And that's what I did. So way back in the early days of HIV, when it was a largely invisible sort of an epidemic in Tamil Nadu and indeed in most parts of India, I was accompanying a BBC journalist, a very well-known BBC journalist, to interview someone working in HIV. And the person who was working with truck drivers and sex workers, he said that there needs to be a lot of awareness created in the media about this issue, but people aren't thinking about it. So I thought, let me write. So I was driven by an abiding interest in and a great love for good science, explanatory science writing. I'm a great fan of science fiction. I love reading good science articles and I appreciate good journalism and I love writing. So I tried my hand at it. I took it to Frontline at my husband's insistence. He said, well, why don't you go and give it? And that's one of the best publications of the country. They loved it. They took it. They published it and I've never looked back. So over a point of time, I became full-time special correspondent covering health and medicine for Frontline. And that's when UN agencies started to pick me up. They found that I could translate the English health information into Tamil. So I was, too, when you're translating, you're standing there with the WHO people, translating their guidance from English into Tamil for NGOs who are working with the most marginalized populations. I felt very good. It made me feel very good. I felt I was making a difference, that I was actually a practical bridge between the technical expertise that came from a global level that could help NGOs percolate it down to the community. So I began writing in Tamil as well. I wrote for Junior Vigadan. I wrote a serial. I thought I would do 3 pieces, but it went on for a whole year because there were lots of people writing in with questions from the villages. And I found that I could answer those questions. So it became a two-way conversation. So that's my second main message when you talk about journalism or when you're talking about, those of you who were present at the debate yesterday. A lecture or a conversation or communication is never a one-way affair. It's always a two-way loop, a feedback conversation where you're both trying to make sense of what is happening in the world around us. And that's what journalism is for, trying to make sense, giving us the power of information to make informed choices about our health. And, I'm very happy to be in that space. The second major reason was, I think as doctors, we are accorded a great privilege. That is, it's handed to us on a platter. Even if you're a first-year medical student, they see you with a coat and a stet, you get trust instantly. And the rest of our lives should be spent on not destroying that trust, I feel. We should preserve it, protect it, and nurture it. And even in the recent post-COVID pandemic Edelman Trust Barometer, a global survey of, that's done. Many of you can see it online as well. The 22 post-COVID-19 Edelman Trust Barometer showed that of the 70% of people surveyed, they said that they would turn to doctors, to medical experts, to pharmacists, and then health authorities to tell them the truth about health issues. So I think in an age of dis and misinformation, we have that trust. So why not leverage it? Other professions have to struggle very hard to build brand value, to earn trust, but we are given it. So it's a good way to sort of leverage it and be, use it for health journalism, to use it to communicate well about health. I also think that doctors must communicate because there's no other option these days. When I went out into the field and I was talking with people on the ground as I collected information for my stories on HIV and TB, and then later COVID and so on, it's very apparent, it's blindingly obvious that you can't take health outside the personal and, take it out of context. You have to understand and communicate about health in the context of the social, the commercial, the environmental, the human rights, the economic determinants. So you can't divorce health. Today, if I tell somebody who's overweight that you're obese because it's your own fault, it won't fly anymore. That obesity has come to them because of obesogens in the air, because of indiscriminate advertising on television, because of pricing organic, good, high fiber foods out of their reach and making kurkure within their reach. That's why these obesity is a social, it's a public health problem which is rooted in a range of determinants. So these are the things that are the stuff, the bread and butter of the journalist, right? So you're helping audiences make sense of why they are where they are, or why they got into this problem, or how they can get out of it, who are the right people to talk to. So you are playing navigator, explainer, a guidance person, a counselor, a friend in need. You have to be all these things. And it's very important to listen. So if you're a person who loves connecting with people, if you're a person who loves teaching, if you're a person who feels a very high sense of self-worth and self-value by doing that, you have to have that inner happiness that Nivedita, both the panelists spoke about, and you have the courage to do it. You can do it. You can really shine and you can do very well. It can be a very high paying job. Let me tell you that if you just do medical journalism reporting for a mainstream publication or a TV news channel in India, unless you're up there with the very best, unless you're at a very high level, you can't hope to earn in lakhs. You'll have to, if you're a public health consultant, like how I am, don't lose your roots, be there, sit on global guideline development advisory groups, like I sit on the self-care global advisory group on sexual and reproductive health rights. Continue your WHO consultancies, work with the UNICEF, work with the government, with the planning, do all of that and do your journalism and teach. So you should have your economic options open in a number of areas, then you'll enjoy your work. You won't be disturbed by, that economic instability. So I'll stop here. I have more to say, but I'll add on it.
We'll get more questions for you, Dr. Jaya. So thank you so much for bringing that point on trust. And trust comes from, communication, the way we communicate. And that the communication that is done also leads to the experience that a person gets. And from there, the trust builds. As you rightly said, doctors, that was given to us in a platter. It is up to us to live up to that expectation and do it. So you talked about families and the support of family. So the organizing secretary just came and told me, sir, you please ask, is Dr. Jaya related to Rekha ji some way? So, and they have Googled you and they have found that madam is the youngest sister of Rekha ji, the actress. So let's clap for all the beautiful. No, it was everybody loves the movie, but you have made your own mark. That's how we want to take it from there. Then now let's come to sports medicine. So the question to Dr. Tyagarajan is, what led you to specialize in sports medicine? Probably a very neglected or a very, when we are studying in MBBS in 90s, early part of 90s, we did not know about sports medicine, but of late there is a lot of demand for this. Would you like to share some thoughts, and how did you choose it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a longer story than that. Even before getting into medicine, well, the first thing I thought in my school, what I'll become is a journalist.
Oh.
Because those days the TVs were so very attractive. No, Doordarshan only was there. So I was fascinated by guys like Pranay Roy and all these guys, and wanted to be a quiz master and a news reader and kind of other things that fascinated me. But my parents, everyone around me, they decided that you will be the doctor. Okay, I was destined to be a doctor. I went into medical school. First year, everybody was asking what do you want to become, and then I was developing an idea that I will become a neurologist, neuroscientist, or neurosurgeon. And currently, I'm doing an MBA also. So I'm connected with all these three of my panelists. I can see this thing. Probably I'll do a research in oncology sometime. I'll be connected with him also. So coming back to sports medicine, The basic reason why I chose was I want to do something different. Different is that keyword. I always wanted to do something different. In those days, there was an ad, probably it was a 7 Up or something. There was a caption: "Normal is boring." So, being normal always brings boredom to me. I want to stand out. I want to do something different. I want to make a mark. That has been my disease. My wife always says, making difference is your disease. Okay, let me suffer from it. Let me infect a lot of people with that thing. Because going normal doesn't take you, probably you'll achieve whatever you want, economic goals and this thing, but something different you have to do. That is why I was exploring. Yeah, you're right. In the 80s and 90s rather, there was no such great opportunities. Only in US and Australia, those courses were there. So I did initially a course called Physical Medicine and Rehab, which was slightly closer aligned with sports medicine, and was keeping my options open. Then later on, I got an opportunity to do the sports medicine course in India in my university itself. And why sports? How sports and medicine gel together is an answer. See, a child always plays. Even in school, if a given option whether to study or play, you will want to play. Why somebody wants to play? Because it brings inherent happiness, joy, and it brings the teamwork and other things. So sports has got something very unique of it. How many of you here are Dhoni fans, Pro fans, Sachin fans, Sachin Tendulkar fans? See, you can see everywhere. So these people, sports and sportsmen, inspire us. Sachin Tendulkar, Baichung Bhutia. We can go on quoting. Okay. Sania Mirza, most of the guys will say yes. Okay. At least our age. So these people inspire us to just playing. So they gave us the belief that, okay, we can face the world, we can beat the world. So it brings something very, very refreshing. And it teaches a lot of things like discipline, fitness, mental health. Sports can teach everything. A good sportsman is also a good student. A lot of people I can see. So in school days, I was telling last night in the dinner that my first page would be the second last page of the Hindu. Always starts with this thing. Even I will miss the headlines, but never a single word of sports page. Each and every word I'll read. I loved reading that, and I would love the way of reporting, like Bhumika sir, who just passed away. They brought so much of joy and happiness. And even during exams, just before going for the exams, yesterday I think a student was talking about how will he focus on exams. The last 1 hour or 1 week was important. My way of preparing for the exams was I'll watch Sachin Tendulkar bat for 2 hours and then go for the exams. I will not read. My dad and mom were, what the hell, 10 week exam? You are seeing cricket. The last day doesn't work. Everything is in my mind. Now I have to go with my positive vibes that Sachin only can give me. He gave me. I stood straight first. I surprised a lot of people. Then took a lot of high score in the entrance exams and scored on merit for MBBS. Things like that. Sports can coexist. So that is my fascination towards sports is always there. Of course, I explored a lot of other options like space medicine, nuclear medicine, and this was closest to what I get. And today, I see patients. I do see patients, but I see sportsmen also, Dhoni's, Bumrah's, and younger cricket players will come far away from different parts to take solutions from our sports science center. I meet a lot of people, journalists, managers, and sports teams, corporates who want to do CSR in sports. My day calendar always looks very colorful and full. So I'm happy. So I wanted to do a different thing. So I did that. So it gives me gratification. So profession is not only about economics, as ma'am said.
Yeah.
I would say 4 R's are important. What recognition it brings, that is important. What respect it will bring you. And then, of course, revenue is important. I feel these other parts are very important also. So you have to have recognition, you have to have the respect, and you have to have the revenue as well. But it has to be all this thing. So it's a wonderful field. I'm really glad I took it. Thank you.
Great. So normal is boring. That's the mantra that you followed, and you explored different venues. That's wonderful. Recognition, respect, revenue, and relevance will also be very, very important. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on sports medicine and a different field. Now let's move to oncology. So Prashant, uh, how oncology is treating you?
Oncology is treating me very well. Be with the field. The same angle. I don't think, I mean, compared to all those who heard before me, I think I took the most, it's a very non-traditional, I mean, a very traditional path that way I stay in clinical medicine. That's what I was trained for. Maybe the choice of subject that I chose 20 years back when I chose oncology. So that was definitely not the first choice at that point of time. So definitely at that time, it was not specialty. There was nothing to be I enjoyed. There was no doubt in my mind what I wanted to do in that angle. So during MD that time, almost out of a patch of 8 to 10, so 7 would choose cardiology or endocrinology or like that. So I think the way it happened at that time was I got a chance to treat some patients during my MD who had cancer. So there was one Dr. Datta, now he's retired, so he used to treat these patients. And when I treated those patients in the ward, I engaged with them. The subject really fascinated me. So that was the main thing. And one of my own seniors who chose to do oncology, so I could interact a lot with him. One important thing is that there was not much of exposure even during my MD for doing oncology. So one thing which I did was I went to an oncology center not as a resident, as an observer. So I think this is an important thing for students when they are choosing career paths. Nowadays, I see a lot of people because probably everything is now NEET, entrance, exam. People just want to write an entrance and want to get into a next field. So I think it's important for you to take your time, at least at that point, before you choose your final career goal. So you heard that. I mean, you don't have to, as soon as your MD is over, you can take a year's time, see whether this is something you like. A lot of people used to do that at that time. There was this non-residency programs. I know a lot of my colleagues who joined with me as a non-DM resident and they didn't like oncology and then they went on to do gastroenterology or cardiology or something. It's fairly common 20 years back. Now people are all this NEET-based exam and they just get a rank and then they choose, okay, based on this rank, I will get cardiology. That's how they choose it actually. It's a bit weird because this is something which you have to do for the rest of your life and you must be convinced that this is what you want to do. Yeah. So I think that was one good decision I made. At that time, Cancer Institute was the closest oncology center we had from JIPMER. JIPMER, we didn't have a lot of oncology patients at that time. So I went there, I worked again weird. So work as an observer. I could really understand what it meant. So I understood what it means and I liked it. I thought this is what I want to do. And then I worked for 6 months again as a non-academic SR before I finally took my DM in Audio Institute, and that's how I became. So I think the message here is time there was hardly 10 oncology seats in the country because there's nothing much to do for a medical oncologist. Now things are completely different. It's a very thought of specialty. The field has grown a lot and there's a lot to do in oncology. So I think the message is you have to really go and see things. It's okay. You don't have to immediately join a course. Take your time, 3 months, 6 months, because those 3 months, 6 months is hardly matters for the rest of your life. It's a very small portion of your life. Take your time, see whether it's something you like, and then you commit to it, and then you will be happy with it for the rest of your life. So ultimately, it's about following what really excites you, what is passionate for you, and then the work is not difficult for you. Another thing in oncology is people keep asking whether it's a very depressing specialty. Uh, so, because yes, in medical oncology, we have to deal with the sickest patients. We have to deal with, I mean, ultimately, I know that because medical oncologists gets referred the patients who are in the last stage of cancer. We do get a lot of them. And 50 to 60% of my patients are going to die because of the disease in the next 2 to 3 years. We know that. Again, during training, during the process, you get to know how to help these patients, what you can do for them. They're going to die, but what can you do for them? Can you make them live longer? Can you make them live better? So that really is very satisfying. Once you know that niche, there are difficult days, there are days in the field, in the specialty. There are patients to whom you could get emotionally attached to. I think if you're not doing that, you're not really a good human being. It will happen at some point of time. And there are days where you feel really sad about losing a patient. But then overall, I feel the journey is extremely, extremely satisfying as an oncologist. Of course, now having been in an academic career, in an academic profession, being in a place like JIPMER, also have the option to branch out into clinical research. So I get to do best of both worlds. So research is something which I like to do, but at the same time, I get to keep my clinical part of it, which is my first passion. So you get to do a bit of both. So even within a field, you can do many things which which are your secondary passions. So the way your overall journey becomes more satisfying and more complete. So that's how I look at it. So it's not about what is out there. It is about what you want to do, what excites you, because that's what you're going to do for the rest of your life. So take your time about it, and that would be my advice.
Thank you, Prashant. So exposure and exploration, probably that is how we should look at it, and don't go by the ranks. That's what you are trying to tell them, because if you have to, we discuss in our department as well, because our field, public health field, is also not very sought after. So people who come to us are also in dual mind, whether we should continue here. But in terms of impact that we can create, probably public health is the field where people can do. That's evident from others' talk. So we'll come back to subsequent questions. So at this point of time, we'd like you to ask one question to our panelist. If you have some burning questions in your mind, please feel free. See, this is the road less traveled, the path less not traveled so often. So what you should do is ask question and clarify your doubts, because clinical medicine has got so many avenues. After MBBS, you have got so many pathways. So these are some of the pathways that we are trying to bring you. And see, if you don't have question, think about it. We'll come in the second round. Any questions, please? I'll wait for 5 seconds. Okay, so we'll think about the question or a comment. We'll come back to you in the round 2. So let's come to round 2. The first round, we discussed breaking the traditional mold. People have moved to different direction. Now, in the second round, we are going to talk about the opportunities and challenges that we face in our non-traditional pathway that we have taken. So let's start with Dr. Nivedita. So what do you think? What are the biggest opportunities right now for MBBS students in the area of research, or in the field of what you are currently doing now?
Yes. So basically, medical graduates are highly sought after in any kind of field.
Yeah.
So I think the first shield that we have to remove, we are in a bubble. When we've been doing our MBBS, we are in a bubble. We think we are in the top of the hierarchy, and I think when you stop thinking about that from this perspective and consider that you are specializing in a certain field, as are others doing the same thing in their own fields. So So you just look at it as your strength is clinical training. And then you see where this can be applied. This can be applied in any field, say in business, in management, in industry. When I say industry, it's like in startups to big companies, established companies, to what I mean, to health informatics, public health, all of this. So I think MBBS just gives you your basic foundation in clinical training. That's it. Beyond that, what you want to do, you have all the options. It's like doing an undergraduation, be it in BTech or BSc or whatever. Once you see that, then you will look at it from this perspective, then you will see that all options are open to you. Essentially, you can get into anything, just like after a BSc or BTech, you have all options open to you. The only thing is you need to find where the strength lies for somebody who's trained in clinical medicine. So you like biomedical engineering, for example, which I moved into, takes in, so 20 years ago, it used to take in 3 doctors and 17, probably 15 engineers, and probably a couple of them from pharmacy or biotechnology. So the class was 20 people, but then we all had to complement our basic degree with background, educational background with a different kind of coursework. So engineers had to learn anatomy, physiology, and do some practicals related to this. And people from health sciences background would have to do electronics, programming, instrumentation, and things like that. So essentially, you're trying to bridge the gap between 2 different disciplines so that you can have a dialogue and also think from different perspectives. So you have now there are even more. So we're looking at more into interdisciplinary work because these boundaries are kind of disappearing these days. You're only a doctor, you can do clinical medicine, fine. But when you step out of this bubble, then you are struggling to find your foot where you really, fit in. And if you kind of explore just after MBBS, you have almost everything that is open to you. You can open a company. We have doctors who've started companies, medtech companies or any other startups and doing pretty well. My batchmates got into Siemens and now he's working with DRDO in another, in DEPL, in a research institute. Then we have somebody who is actually advising companies or universities to do medical research, to look for fields where exactly the research should actually, the university should focus on research areas and things like that. So it's pretty vast. So it's very difficult to kind of contain yourself to just clinical medicine. Just don't hold on to it as, this is what you can do with it. When you see this as your foundation and this as your strength, then you use your strength to understand what are the aspects, or basically you need to see people who are doing a lot of different things around you and not just stick around with medicos. So the more you talk, open up, have dialogues with people from outside the medical field, I think your perspectives will open up. There's a whole world outside doing a lot of different things, all exciting, more than what we think. So I think there is no boundaries. I cannot just limit.
Yeah.
And more specifically on clinician scientists, which most people usually are really interested in. So when you talk about clinician scientists, of course, it is till now the world has not figured out the most optimal clinician scientist job, the world itself. So at NIH, which is the holy grail for clinical research, my postdoc mentor is a neurologist, movement disorder specialist, trained in Harvard. And then his clinic is one day. So he has a clinic day, which is Monday, where they see 4 to 5 patients on an average. And if there are more than 5 patients in a day, then it is chaos in the department. The rest of the 4 days is completely dedicated to admin and to research work. We have lab meetings, we have discussions, going to conferences, writing papers, and things like that. So this is how PIs, the investigators, which are funded by NIH, at NIH, the intramural NIH works. But this is the only thing. There is no other model like NIH in the world. All the other universities or other countries, clinicians, even in universities in the US, they would love to have clinician scientists, somebody who has both an MD and a PhD, and want them to do 50-50 time break between medicine, practicing clinical medicine and research, but that hardly happens. Because when you're a clinician scientist, when you're doing both clinic and research, you apply for grants, and you're competing not with other clinician scientists, you're competing with full-time researchers who do bench work. So essentially, you're competing with somebody who's spending umpteen amount of time just doing just doing bench research, and therefore your chances are pretty less because you don't have the time, you don't have the resources, and the bandwidth to submit a very competitive proposal. There are people have done this very successfully, where they try to look at a collaboration, a very well established person, collaborate with them, get an initial grant as a collaborator, then then get another independent grant based on this preliminary work, have a postdoctoral scientist who can take care of the research part, and you are just an advisor on that. So it's very tricky to do justice to both clinical medicine and clinical practice and research. Too ambitious. Very few people can actually manage to do that, and one of it clearly suffers because you want to do both of them, demand 100% commitment from anybody. So one of this takes the back seat most of the time. In Europe, usually they give residents or professors or clinicians a couple of years, 1 or 2 years break to go do research and come back to clinical medicine. But again, this is not the complete choice. So then eventually they kind of have to make a choice to whether see which one they have to prioritize. So there is no clear formula for being a successful clinician scientist doing 50-50 work. That has never happened. In India, there have been several programs that tried to bring this. Now there are a lot of institutes that want to bring in MD PhD degrees or MBBS PhD degrees for that matter. NIMHANS had this PhD in clinical neurosciences. As far as I know, I would say it was a big failure because majority of them who did this course ended up doing residency in the US after the PhD. Main reason being NIMHANS by itself, or our hospitals are even big academic institutions, do not recruit clinician scientists. They want clinicians in. So this interdisciplinary, you basically in a no man's land where you know that you can do this, but where do you fit in? You don't fit in as a clinician. You don't fit in as a complete researcher. You're somewhere in between. And in India, as of now, there have not been really good options for recruitment. But research institutes are really looking for people with clinical training because of the interdisciplinary nature. They want people to advise them on what exactly they should do, how the research should go on. Say in IITs, we always want a clinician to advise on the panel to advise on whether it actually makes sense to do something, to build something, a technology like this. So that aspect, I think the research institutes are more in favor of getting in people with clinical training already.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Nivedita, for telling us that when I hear that 5 patients a day is a chaos. So I was thinking when we have 7,000 footfalls in JIPMER, what should we call it? I was trying to Google it, also try to find a place. So maybe Prashant will tell us the name too. So it is we have protected time. We do not have protected time for teaching, research. So we are multi-purpose workers. So that's how we define ourselves. So, but anyway, probably our system is not geared to have clinical scientists to give them a career path. But let's hope that it comes soon. Yeah. Dr. Noad, so coming to you.
Just point, I mean, even in places like US or Europe, I think there are very few centers who are able to afford that kind of protected time. I think most centers in US, most big hospitals, busy hospitals, most doctors don't have protected time. And like Nivedita, you said that particular entity of a true clinician scientist is a very rare breed, actually. people who can do real bench work as well as I know handful of people who are
Yes. So one of my colleagues at NIH, trained neurologist there, did a PhD. She was hired in Yale, and in Yale, so the initial contract was 60-40, 60 clinical research and 40% clinic work. But even with this, so in the US, the system is really brutal because the salary for your research staff, for PhD students, for any intern has to come from your own grant. Institute will not give it. And further beyond first 2 or 3 years, the salary of the PI itself comes from the grant. So essentially, you have to negotiate. It's very difficult. So you don't have a set salary because you're a PI or a faculty in the US. You earn part of your salary from the grant. So you're already using only 40% of your time to write grants, work on preliminary experiments, write grants, and still compete. You're not going to get there because people are spending 100% time on this. And if you don't get, then now the clinical time, after 2 years, there is a review, institute review, that shortens down your clinical research because you've not shown any grant, any output on the research front. So it's kind of a vicious circle. Now she has to do 80% clinical work and 20% research. And eventually, the system pushes you either completely to one side, and the other one takes a backseat, clearly.
Yeah, challenging times. And with the funds that are being cut right and left with the Trump administration, I think we have a great future ahead. So what are the key challenges, Dr. Nuhad, for doctors entering hospital administration? And when they do consulting, so what do you think? What type of challenges they face?
So the challenge is right from the moment you want to do an MBA, right? Because just like she said, she had to do math, physics, and chemistry. You want to do an MBA, you have to give CAT, and you have to go back to your quants or your math. And most of the people, like a lot of people, run away from it, and that's why they do take biology, and that's why they get into medicine, right? So
That's how
they
it
don't want to do
starts.
math. Yeah, that's a vicious cycle. And you have to go, like, you have to go back and study math. So, and that's still a 10th class. The moment you enter an MBA, I mean, when I got into IIM Bangalore, all these IIMs have a different criteria by which they select the medical graduates, right? So Ahmedabad has different pools, and all medical doctors are in a pool, and then you are selected out of them. With IIM Bangalore, it's like you're competing with everyone that pool of 2 lakh students who write, just like NEET, who write the entrance exam for getting into, I mean, any IIM or MBA college. So you're competing with everyone, you get in, and then you realize in all your 6 years, you've been in a bubble and you think you're the best. And you go there and you realize, no, you are nowhere close. And you have to redo and relearn everything. So when you were discussing traditional versus online methods of studying, over there, it's a different world. And just like she would have experienced, or anyone out there, right? You have to go back and study economics and data science, and you have to study operations and supply chain, and you have to study marketing. And then there's a part where you study strategy and where you don't study, but then there are like brilliant minds from across the country who have worked for years or who have not worked but are very good from where they come, or like commerce colleges, or from engineers from IITs, or someone who has studied from abroad and is out there actually talking, and then you don't even know what they're talking about. So because in these 6 years, you don't, I mean, just like, see, a lot of people who are not here, they're studying. Because you're studying and then you're so busy because you want to crack your NEET, and then you don't talk to people around, you just talk to everyone in your circle, and those 4 or 5 people who are doing medicine, you actually don't know what's happening outside. You don't know Trump has put in how much reverse tariff on you, right? So you don't know about such things. So you have to put in those extra hours while in MBA to make sure you're at par, or even like there, or averaging it out. And even if I mean, because we are such hard workers, medical students, I mean, see, when you're doing medicine, you take in a lot of things. It's not just your clinical practice. You got into medicine because you were self-disciplined. You didn't need someone to tell you that you have to put in hours and hours to study. And you have to do it throughout your MBBS, even if you flunk. most of you have to put in extra hours than even an engineer or a commerce graduate did. So you are self-disciplined. You will put in those extra hours. You would want to do better, so you'll put in extra hours and hours, and you'll be competing in your placements. So unlike medical colleges, if you want a job outside of your B schools, and it's just in India, right? Not across the world. So unlike US and Europe, you don't have to study medicine and then do your business school and then find a job outside. Over here, because IIMs are so prestigious, the companies come in and you sit in the placements, and while you're sitting there, you realize, oh my God, actually, when you go out in the corporate world or outside of your B school, you realize, oh my God, doctors are in demand with the business degree, right? You are in actual demand. But while in B school, I don't think the people who come for placements or people who come to hire think like that. There is a path dependence there as well. Because you are not a CA, you have not studied finance. Most of this investment bank, like your JP Morgans and your Morgan Stanleys, they pay huge money. They won't take you because you don't have that sort of a formal training, right? And being a medical graduate, you don't want to be selling Dabur or a Chyawanprash, right? You don't want to be. I mean, I didn't want to do it. I was kind of very sure. I didn't even know what consulting was while I was preparing or when I entered, right? But when you go in, everyone wants to get into either McKinsey, Bain, or BCG. Those are the three consulting firms who actually make money out of advising all the businesses, right, from small startups to big conglomerates on how to run their businesses. Which I actually ended up doing because everyone there wanted to do it, and then that is actually the one of those areas that don't require you to have a formal training. You just have to be smart enough. You just have to have really high 10th and 12th standard scores, which we somehow end up having, and you have to have really high score in your undergrad, and then you have to have done something beyond medicine. So here, when you are in medicine, you're actually studying and you're not doing beyond what you have to do. And over there, they look at everything beyond that you have done medicine. And people are actually national level or like they've done Commonwealths and they've done Asian championships and in sports, or they are trained dancers, or they've done Model United Nations and whatnot, like anything out there. But you would not have done it. So when I actually speak out, and there are a lot of medical graduates who come and speak, what should we do? How do we build their resume? You have to look beyond where you are. And that's why I always thought I didn't fit in, right? Because I actually wanted to do something beyond. So, right, your placements, it's extremely challenging. There is path dependence. Sometimes you don't even end up getting. So if you are a healthcare practitioner, you want to get into something that has to do with healthcare, all these hospitals or these pharma companies, I mean, they come in, but they don't come in with the roles that you want to get into, right? Or they won't take you initially, or if you are, it's not even well sought after. But the moment you are out of, you've spent a year or two in corporates and or in these consulting firms, all these places they hire you as in a leadership positions, and you just don't need beyond 2 years. And when you get into once you're done with your MBA and you get into this consulting places or your corporates, you don't even, I mean, you would have not run an Excel model. You do it MBA, but even still not that, right? You don't know how to make those slides. You don't know how to present, how to actually make sure you are those sort of soft skills, right? We don't know how to crunch that data and make sure that you tell the chairman of a company saying, okay, you're going to make this profit and you're going to do this if it's wrong if you don't do this right. Right? I mean, you're there in front of that 40, 50, 60-year-old chairman and their board members and telling them that, okay, like, this is what you're doing wrong. While in consulting, right, you're just not doing, advising healthcare institutes. Yeah. So companies like McKinsey, they put you in. You have to advise or you have to work with any client. So I have worked with a pharma company, and I have worked in a team that was actually doing a cost optimization program for a forging company right in Jamshedpur. And then I worked with a government agency who was developing a 25-year-long automotive mission plan. And then I'm working with an infra company. And then it's just right there, right? Like, but it also trains you because you need to have everything from each of this field to make sure that when you want to do something in healthcare or right there, you have everything that is to be known. So while doing consulting, I felt like, okay, I don't want to be doing everything. I want to stick to my roots. I've spent years in training. And then you go on to do something like now I'm with a pharma company, and there you realize you don't even know how business works. You don't even know what sort of challenges. Right here, as a doctor, you're prescribing a medicine, but you don't know how it reaches you. So it's rebuilding and relearning and re-knowing everything. And it's extremely challenging, but that shouldn't stop people from actually pursuing it if you really want to do it and if agility excites you. And just like she said, right, yeah, if you do it from a good place, your economics, I mean, sometimes a lot of people go on to study and they think of, okay, I'm going to make so much money or I'm going to I mean, because you are respected when you're a doctor, but you're also very well paid. While like mine, the moment you are out, your economics are sorted. So I mean, in your financials are sorted. So I mean, if that shouldn't, I mean, there is an ambiguity when you want to choose, and there are a lot of challenges for those while you are studying and while you are actually going into your first company. But if your management plus your degree and you are excited about doing something different, yeah, I mean, those challenges can be overpowered.
Yeah, so there are challenges everywhere, right? So once you go in, there will be a different challenge. Once you come out, there is a different challenge. So yeah, but it's always good to learn new things and try to explore and try to see how things work out, because ultimately we are all for the impact that we want to create in larger population life. So that's what. So now let's come to Dr. Jaya. So it's how medical professions can contribute. So a lot of information comes nowadays. People have access to information from various sources. But when you look at health journalism, you also need to have your sources of information, your evidence, and from where you get it, and how do you come about with all those research pieces. Can you just throw some light on that, please?
Sure, I'll try to be short in the interest of time. So yeah, I mean, I consult with, I work with an international media development organization called Internews. Before the Trump administration's sweeping sort of come down on USAID, we were working in about 100 countries all over the world, including some of the most difficult and challenging places on the planet, including Afghanistan, Myanmar, and so on. And our job was to support the development of independent media, which was fearless, which could speak the truth, which could, carry full, power to account, which is, and journalism is a science of verification. So just like we talk about evidence-based medicine, but I always ask myself, what are we practicing when if it's not based on evidence? We actually need a whole special area of work called evidence-based medicine, just to point some attention to it. But today, as you said, there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation around, and it's not just anybody with access to a phone, anybody with access to a tablet or a computer is a journalist, is a storyteller. They have their views, they have something to tell the world. And particularly if it's to do with medical advice, no matter who they are, they will dish it out. So whether it's a new fruit for weight loss in 30 days or a particular exercise which is going to solve your knee problem, or how do you bend, stretch, yoga for meditation, everything is promised like these little quick, easy pills and cures. It's a huge minefield out there. It's a lot of clickbait. We call it clickbait headlines, something you didn't know about losing belly fat.
Yes.
Your hand goes and clicks on it because your reptilian brain is going there first. So this is the kind of situation where good journalism has a chance to stand out and really shine, and it's hard work. You have to pound the pavements. You have to research with your brain and your heart. You have to have your ethical standards absolutely clear and straight, and you have to know who to talk to. which are the trusted sources of information. So when I teach at the Asian College of Journalism, I train my students on how to look at peer-reviewed journals and literature. And even then, how will you read them carefully? How do you, I mean, everyone will go, a journalist usually, and most physicians also, if I may dare to say that, we look at the abstract and we'll go to the results, we'll go to the interpretation. Very few of us will actually have the patience to go through the method. And the methodology is really where all the dynamite is hidden. So sometimes it's a lot of hard work, but even something as simple as educating a journalist, the difference between incidence data and prevalence data, which one will you track for a prevention program, right? What is the difference between why causation is not association causation is small things like this. Just get them thinking, some critical thinking that's really important. And how do you locate? Just because a doctor is on television all the time talking about COVID does not mean that that person has actually gotten frontline experience. Nothing to beat frontline experience. Someone who's put in the hours, the wisdom of that experience has to be tapped, even if they're not very prominent. So I think having a little black book of excellent sources, knowing how to review and understand and interpret peer-reviewed solid evidence, how do you report on a preprint, and then most importantly, I think also reporting realities from the ground, no? Knowing what is a daily lived reality of a community. I mean, you can go to COP in Dubai and do a health and climate pavilion with WHO just like we did, but at the same time, how is rising how is salinity seeping into the beaches of West Bengal coast? How is it affecting the shrimp farmers that you have to go and see? You have to report it. What are those lesions on the legs of the woman that you have to see it and report it and flag it up to policymakers? So I think this journalism as the science of verification, that's really important. We can't fall prey to something like fact checking. Fact check is very easy. For instance, we know there's active TB case finding, right? So where you go looking into people's houses, who's got a 2 week off, you're trying to find the cases. And then there was a very bad report there was a report, good report actually, by a journalist saying that active case finding was not happening in some district in a northern state. And somebody did a fact checking and said, no, we've looked at the records of the active case finding, the registry, and the entries are all there. But the journalist who goes to the field knows that they have filled in those dates and houses without making the visits. What are the use of fact checking? It just arms politicians with something to say in parliament. But unless you go there and tell that story, I mean, go to excellent websites like Sainath's PARI website, People's Archive of Rural India, to really understand what the social experience of health and how it plays out into the field. So one thing I just want to compliment all my fellow panelists, it's like this really intense curiosity about the world. No, you're so interested in so many new things. Before I go to any meeting, it's all new. Last few months, I've been swimming I'm leading a global study on planetary health, just a stakeholder analysis and understanding how communications on planetary health should, what are the recommendations, how to engage people, how much reading on artificial intelligence, leveraging that for planetary health. And how do you develop an ethical stance if my 1 hour use of ChatGPT is going to burn up so much of carbon? Are we ethically correct in using AI to work for planetary health? The newness of it, the novelty, the interest in exploring and understanding new subjects, the passion, thrill of it, the excitement of it, that's what keeps me going. And I think I can say the same for many of the other panelists on the stage. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Jay. So again, the point about journalism is science of verification, and we can very well resonate with that thought in public health. We look at the data very carefully. So, many times we look at the final results without looking at the methods. Very, very nicely point. So the points that we are talking about is lived reality, the experience compared to the perceived reality about a particular fact. So we need to know that and then report it. Thank you for bringing that point. So now let's move to Dr. Tyagarajan. So the career options for people, would you recommend them? And if someone is interested, how they are going to approach? They will contact you certainly, but any other opportunities and avenues?
Yeah, I think we need to talk about the opportunities and challenges also, and how to get there is probably we have information. See, for example, all this less trodden path we are talking about are rare fields.
Yeah.
Okay. Gold is rare metal. So that's why it is valuable. But gold is something different because everybody values it. But things like this, alternate paths, are still rare, but you may not find value with everywhere there. For example, sports medicine, if you see, if you take 100 advertisements in different hospitals and these things, you may probably find only one or two hospitals advertising for sports medicine doctors. So that is the negative part. Being rare has it got negative things also. But you have to be cognizant to the fact, and you have to be ready to make your own fields also. So sports medicine, for example, you are a combination of an orthopedic doctor plus a general medicine doctor, plus you have all the knowledge about a physiotherapist, trainer, the nutritionist, psychologist, what they do. And you don't necessarily need to work with elite sportsmen. It's called actually a sports and exercise medicine. So you can handle musculoskeletal pain, you can handle fitness issues, you can handle obesity issues, a lot of medical issues. Of course, there are a lot of overlap will be there. Most of the people still, even doctors, many doctors ask me, are you a physiotherapist? Oh, boss, sports medicine doctor. What is it? I'm a sports medicine doctor. What is it? Yes, I'm a sports medicine. So the awareness might be low, but once they see what you do, for example, in my department where I have doctors, surgeons, I have physiotherapists, I have trainers, I have biomechanists, I have exercise physiologists, I have podiatrists, I have nutritionists, psychologists, full big team of around 50 people working for the cause of sports and exercise medicine. Very silently we work. That's why we don't advise. So it's a hell lot of work. But you are a captain of the ship. You are responsible for the final output. So it's a very different world. There was a famous advertisement that, you know, what is in it? It's different. So again, it's a different field. So difference has all its pluses and minus. You have to be aware, and accordingly you have to plan your. You should not looking for job opportunities. You have to create job opportunities. You have to be able to on your own also. Of course, in an institution like where I am, I can do my clinical work, research work, as Prashant told. I can do my administration. I can do my teaching. So I'm blessed in that part. So you may not get all those things, but you can still have your own small center with doing all this kind of clinical and other things. So that is why all the seats are always filled in my department in the sports medicine. People are going out, are finding a lot of opportunities, and they are creating their own opportunities. They are being team doctors. They are being into sports associations. They are creating their own centers. They are into wellness centers. They go abroad. So opportunities are there. If not there, you have to create it. There is a plus and minus of it. So regarding sports medicine, there are very few centers that are there in India. You can get in through NEET only. But those who don't want to go to the normal path, there is an alternate path. You can go abroad, do 1 year of sports medicine fellowship or course, and then come back and you can do also. But if you don't want to, if you want to be in teaching line, MCA recognized course is MD sports medicine only, because it doesn't recognize any other 1 or 2 years degrees. You have to do a proper years course. So in short, anything different, anything rare, has its plus and minus. You have to be cognizant to the fact, and you have to bear the price, and you have to plan it accordingly. And then you will succeed with your help of your seniors, colleagues,
Yeah.
peers. Thanks.
That's very true. So anything that we do different, uh, it takes time, because if you look at how palliative care developed in this country 20 years back, nobody was talking about it. So when we were students, radiology was considered to be the department of X-rays. But now look at the things that has changed. So it takes time. But once we do that, we'll be known as the father or the mother of that particular subject. So that's how it is.
They jocularly call me the father of sports medicine because I was the first MD sports medicine guy in India, and I'm the first MD sports medicine professor in India. So I know you clap when I say this, but still you know the facts, how difficult it was. And so invariably ask, who's the mother?
Yeah. After some time, they will tell you the grandfather of sports medicine in India, probably. Anyway, so let's move to Dr. Prashant. So, what do you suggest? There are so in one side we have different pathways to follow, and in within medicine also, what are the other avenues that you would like to tell our young graduates, undergraduates to follow? What will be your idea about their career options?
Stick to within medicine itself. What is happening is, if you take, I think, resonate with many other people who are in academic medicine, and so can very well relate to this. So, when you progress along an academic career path, your time for, even though you primarily chose it for doing clinical medicine or clinical research or whatever it is, or some people might choose it because they like to teach. Teaching might be their passion. Some point of time, you have to spend your time in multiple things. I think Dr. Tanshu referred to, like, we are, I won't say jack of many traits, but you have to develop particular skills, develop new skills. So that is, you can look at it as a challenge. You can look at it as an opportunity. So broadly speaking, many of you in the academic, in an undergraduate level, nobody tells you this, but when you're in academic field, broadly, your time gets divided into 4 separate areas. One is actually seeing patients in the clinic. Number 2 is teaching. Number 3 is research, and number 4 is actually administration. The administration is something which nobody teaches you at any point of time. There's never a formal training for a doctor in administration. Very few actually go on to do MBAs and things like that. So that's something which you have to learn on the job most of the time. Some people have a natural flair for it, a skill for it, and some of us not so good. But ultimately, you will have to do that. And so much of your time you want to spend on each of these things is up to you, depending on your, again, it's your passion which drives you. You will have to do a bit of it at some point of time, but how much of it you really want to take up, it's up to you. Some people want to get, once they start seeing that they like it, so they want to do more and more of administrative work, and they do a really good job out of it. So those are the ways your career will shape once you get into academic medicine itself. So these are all various opportunities I'm telling within the academic medicine. You can become more and more of a clinician researcher. You can become more and more of an administrator. You can get into teaching and various types of teaching. So within JIPMER, there is a passion for teaching. So this is another career path. So being a doctor, you can get into medical teaching, training the other doctors to teach, because it's also important, because no doctor actually gets a formal B.Ed or something like that. You don't get formally taught how to teach. So that is also a career path by itself. Some people have got a natural flair for it, and you can do that. So what I'm saying is, within the whatever traditional role that you take up in academic medicine, there is a lot that you can do. Just coming out of academic medicine, I know some of my colleagues in oncology itself gone on to set up hospitals. So that is another big challenge by itself. So I always talk to them, like, how do you do that? How do you find time to set up your own center? You have to run the center. You have to hire people. So that's a separate challenge by itself. They are oncologists. They are treating patients. They have their clinics, but they are on the side. They are running very successful hospitals. They are very popular hospitals. They do a lot of good work. So that's another way to diversify and do new things. So these are all various opportunities, even within the traditional mold. That's what I wanted to bring out here. Not really going out of your field. You're still doing your primary work, but within that, you are actually now adding on other responsibilities and other ways of doing things. And it all depends on your passion.
Yeah.
Who wants to do what depends on your passion.
So passion drives your actions. That's what you mean to say.
Passion should. Then you're happy. When your passion drives your action, you're happy. You're not feeling.
So then you don't do a job. You enjoy that work.
So that you're not working anymore. So you're not working.
Very true. So we can continue this discussion for long, So this was fascinating to hear your viewpoints. But should we get some questions from the audience? Yes. Oh, there are 3. Okay, great. 4, 5, 6. Then hold on. No, please come. Ask one question each. So be very focused in your question. Please introduce yourself and tell what do you want and for whom it is targeted.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bharati from JIPMER. I'm a third year MBBS student. As Dr. Nivedha said, I'm also born and brought up in Mandi. So one thing is, ma'am, as you said, you quoted also stage jobs. We should keep the points, believing that it should make a meaningful line at the end. What will make me believe in that? Scary to look to alternative paths after medicine. Being a UG in JIPMER, we are exposed to only medical careers. It is scary to think that I should change path or anything, but we want to change. So, what the science of belief that it's a vague question, but it's also vague to me that how will I assure myself and my family that what I'm going to do will make sense in
So basically,
economically and
basically you're trying to say that if I change my career path, we'll get enough money or not?
Not like let's say, like what should I look to choose that?
How will you be convinced and how will you convince your
What all points? Economic is one, but what else should I say?
Successful, yeah.
Career path which idea.
How do I convince them of the risk?
Yeah.
Yes. So it is risky. When I saw the title, the ad Astra journey, I wanted to make it complete per Aspera also.
Yeah.
So it is not easy.
Yeah.
I was in complete doubt when I went. The only thing that I thought was, and many people. So now we have more applicants coming into applying for our program, biomedical engineering program. I currently have 2 post MBBS students who work with me for the MTech, do the thesis. There are a couple of them who work in nanotechnology. There's also, you probably know, program in IIT Kharagpur, that the medical science and technology degree. So people have made careers. It's not this, just open up, look at what different things people are doing. But I think you're not going to stay jobless at the end of the day. So you will make, even illiterates do this. It's making money is the least thing that you have to be bothered about. If you think this is what you like to do at that point of time, just go, just trust your instincts and just make that decision.
Yeah.
There is no looking back. It's like, and don't make that decision bluntly overnight, or just seeing because somebody did this would work out for me as well. So when you make that decision, it is not a random decision that you're making. If I have to tell it neuroscientifically, it's your brain is making this decision, and your brain never makes random decisions. The decisions are always made based on prior experiences, prior knowledge, your likes, dislikes, and your priorities in life, right? So all this, you may not be aware of what and all your brain is considering when it makes this decision, but it is definitely not random. And what drives your decision is more important. So if you think that there is no convincing that will be needed so much, if you say that, okay, when you said that, okay, so and so is doing, so I want to do it, that is not going to work. You are not going to be convinced. But you also have to do the homework. Say you take an internship, go be an observer. I have a 10th grade kid who is interning in my lab during vacation to work on motor imagery, ML stuff. So it's just in addition to that, just to see if it works, whether this will suit me. Not for this is definitely not for everybody, but and the research also is very different in different places. It's not just one, just one pipeline that you would follow for research. Research in different labs work differently. So you have to see what actually suits you. Just test it over, say, 1 month observership or something, and just see if it works. And if you like it, then you make that decision. If the decision is informed, then I don't think you will have difficulty in convincing yourself or your family.
So to also add to that, we'll go for that. So there are electives available in MBBS curriculum nowadays for 2 weeks where you can go and explore. And also see, the most important thing is we have one life. So once we explore it, if it is not working, let's come back to the other field. So that's how. So we'll move to the another question. I saw some hands. All boys. I want a girl to ask a question. Yes. We have one more round of discussion left, so we'll do that, please. Yeah.
So my question was for.
Please introduce yourself and yeah.
I'm Maria. I am from JIPMER. I'm a final year student, and I'm going to give my exams in a couple of months. So my question was actually for Jaya ma'am, and I was just thinking, you deal with so much information, like on a very large scale, right, from very personal stories all the way up to policy making and advising on policy making. Do you sometimes, maybe lose sight of what exactly you set out to do? And if that ever happens, what keeps you really centered as to what you set out to do at the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole fun part, right? And that I think I picked up from all the other panelists as well. You make your journey as you go along. So when you're deluged with information and you have some original research questions or some investigative project that you're after, and you find many other like nuggets along the way, fantastic twists and turns along the way, embrace them. So it doesn't derail you, it enriches you, I think. And you can choose to, when you publish your pieces or come up with your research, you can pick and choose what you want to, how you want to angle it, what's the overall take, and save the rest for later. So I don't think there's something as uh, too much information is bad for you in that sense. If you figured out ways and means and techniques to sort of, I always treat them as a very rich harvest. You pick up the grass, the weeds, the pollen, flowers, maybe a few butterflies along with it, store them for later. It's always fun. Some people thrive on it. I'm one of those unfortunate ones who thrives on it. Yeah, but we all underwent like a formal training on infodemic management. As you know, infodemics are an abundance of both good and malinformation. Malinformation is a mixture of mis and disinformation. So we learned how to, sort of manage that. How do you manage that on a public health scale when messaging becomes very important? You need clear public health guidance. So there's ways and means. There's sort of standardized curricula now for helping you, sort of navigate the infodemic.
Thank you. So we'll take the last question and we'll move to the next round. Okay, so people usually complain that we don't ask people from the last bench. So Balaji will come back to you after this round. So please introduce yourself, come here and ask your question.
So, sir, my name is Umar Abdullah. I am from Within College of Medical Science. So, my question is to all the panelists. So, a lot of people have strong opinions about people taking the road less traveled after MBBS. So, how do you deal with the judgment and the pressure? All the panelists.
See, after MBBS, even before MBBS, you are an adult. You have to take decisions by yourself. There is only one single answer. Don't yield to any pressure. Do what you want to do. Do what is right to your mind. You may be wrong, you may be right, but embrace it. That after MBBS, you may have to take two important decisions about your PG and about one more thing. In both the things, of course, marriage, okay. In both the things, no assurances that everything will go well. Life is not a bed of roses. Okay. So hope for the best and do your best. You will succeed. You will achieve what you want. If you don't achieve, be happy with what you have. More so in the second case. Okay. So I was expecting that Aishwarya Rai, like looking like Shakuntala Devi's brain with Ambani's wealth, will come as my wife, which doesn't happen normally. And then only I realized that she was thinking that someone like Salman Khan's look with Arvind Sami's looks and Ambani's wealth will come as husband, which I am not. Okay, so nothing is perfect. So let us adapt. You will do well ultimately if you focus all your energies in a nice way. Of course, get help, experience, get good information, do proper analysis, but do what your heart says. You will be happy, even if you don't earn as much as some other people do.
Um, See, I understand when you say that, right? When you're in wards, and because I'm so like I am just out there, like it's just been 4 or 5 years. I remember telling my professor during one of my internship days that I'm gonna do this. I'm not interested, and it's like, what? Who does this? My parents were when my dad used to answer my his friends and my gonna what is your daughter gonna do after this, and he used to say she's gonna do an MBA. Like, no, you're wrong. She's gonna do either an MD or MS. You don't know. Like my parents. I mean, it's but it's really difficult, and that's why you need a strong support system, and there is no assurance you can give your parents. It's a space that that has to be created, and it just comes from, you have to be kind of strong in your belief, and you have to just keep on doing what you do, and you have to have that environment and a support system around for you to get going so that you don't think about what others have to say, and you just have to get going till the time you reach there. And once you're done, you just can have a sigh of relief, but it never stops. It is never going to stop. No one is going to stop questioning you that it was a noble profession and you went on to do something different. You're still in a good profession. It's not as like you're going to treat a patient, but it's just in people's head that medicine is like this and you just left on a good seat or do this and there is a dearth of doctors. But you just have to keep on believing, and it cannot happen unless you have that pillar of strength and people around who actually help you. You have to understand what matters and who matters to you. It's not those 10,000 people. It's just your parents or someone you really love or respect. So it's just that.
Very true.
One small
Small addition.
note is what are you afraid of? What is the fear? Mostly the risk is fear to fail, right? That is what brings anxiety, right? What if I fail? I'm doing something that usually people don't do. I'm doing something different. So the probability of me failing is more. So it's just the fear of failure. So, so if you have not failed, it means you have not been ambitious enough. If you're ambitious, you will fail. And that doesn't mean that failure is permanent, right? You learn something out of the failure and keep going. So it's just the way you look at things. Just self-reflect and see, what am I really afraid of? It's not that you're not going to have a meal a day or something, even if you don't get something, right? You can find an internship, you can do something or the other. You will figure out. Just trust that you can figure things out. Nothing is for sure. There is that sense of security is what we are looking for. And you will, and if you're not really creative, or if you're not ambitious, then you're in your cocoon, nice, safe. So you don't have to take risk. That's also fine. Some people are okay with it. But if you want to do it, there is no shortcut.
I just want to bring a point here. It's not just the fear of failure. That's there. That's there. It's also what goes into becoming a doctor in a country like India.
Yeah.
It's a great struggle for a student to get into the medical profession with all the NEET and everything. They have to put in a lot of effort to get into medical profession. Sometimes you have to pay a lot of money to get into the profession. And the end of 5 years, you come out as a doctor. You put in a lot to get there. That time you want to give that up and get into something else. The big ask from the person, from the family, everything. That's where some of that thought is coming from. So it's not easy. It's not easy. So it's amazing when you have done it and you're successful. So it's amazing. I can understand where that thing comes from. So it's not easy. So I think we need to address that.
Yeah, I have gone through that same thing. I see students who come work with me, very difficult to convince parents. They're like, after MBBS, after clearing PG NEET, they take up this course because it's a requirement. After clearing PG NEET, they give up their seats and still come here and do. The only thing is, finally, what matters to them is this what I want to do my entire life? Think that is what you need to think. And once you see people, I think the more you interact with people who have done things differently and not just stick around people who have done conventional things, that fear will go. That anxiety, I wouldn't say fear, that anxiety will go. You will figure out. People figure out. Everybody figures it out sooner or later.
Yeah, that's true. So that actually leads to the last part. We'll make it short. So I'll ask you all the panelists wonderful discussion points. We can still continue this. People can ask questions to you during lunchtime. But if you have to give 2 or 3 pieces of advice to our students, we'll start from that side. Yes, Nivedita reminded me that. So 1, 2, 3. What will you tell about their career, and it can be anything but pertaining to the career path?
Follow your passion. 1. Money will come. Don't worry about the money. I mean, it sounds cliche, but that is the most important point. So money should not cloud your decision on what you want to do. Whatever you do as a doctor, you will make sufficient money to keep you happy. So money should not be this thing. Third thing is, take your time about most important decisions. It's okay if you spend even 1 or 2 years trying this before you finally fix on what you want to do if you're not sure about what you don't want to do in the beginning. So I think those are the 3 points.
Great. Yeah. So by the time we reach Nivedita, all the points will be covered.
So 3Ds. 3D. Discipline, application, correction. If you do have discipline, you are going to succeed. Your rate of success high. And then dedication can be a passion also. You have to be dedicated to that. And third thing is direction. You have to focus and direct all your energies in one way. I think these 3Ds, one plus, if you can call it,
yeah,
definitely help, not only in medicine profession, anything
yeah.
in your life. It's advice is easy to give.
Yeah.
You can follow.
Great. Thank you.
I don't think I'll dare to give, because each person's life situation is so unique and personal, different. The family demands and requirements will be different. Economics will be different. The opportunities are different. I really have no advice other than, it's lovely to be able to follow your passion. But I think give precedence to stability first. Pay attention to what your elders tell you. And try to ride 2 horses for some time. I think keep your foot firmly in some economically productive activity while you're test driving, your passion on the side. It's difficult, but just trying to sound a word of caution.
I could only do what I could because I had a safety net to do it. And I agree with what she's saying, right? You can only experiment and explore when you have that freedom. And you can only dare to be courageous when people around you push you to be. I mean, not everyone is privileged or blessed enough. And I'm kind of grateful for that. So, but more importantly, even if you continue to do what you do, life is kind of short, or just like he said, right? You really need to know what you don't want to do. And I mean, I don't think anyone has it figured out till the very end. And I mean, a lot of people would have, but I don't have it figured out. So it's okay if you don't have it all figured out. I mean, that anxiety and then sense of pressure and whatever you go through, even when you're in medicine, and that also sometimes builds in. You just somehow have to push yourself to relearn that. You have to let go of that. And it's okay to be.
This is tough, yeah.
But I think just one piece of information, all passion, dedication, all that is fine. But I think overall, we need to take out some time to self-reflect on
purpose. This is the new P, but I think this is what makes a huge difference. We did clinical medicine, all that is fine. I like the work. This is my passion. All that is fine. But you need to also understand what is your purpose in life, and is this profession that you're planning to do, is that going to help you attain the ultimate purpose in life? If you try to answer that, just reflect upon it. What do you exactly want out of your life? This is your profession, fine. That question, if you have an answer to that question, I think everything will fall in place. You automatically choose something that you're passionate about. And that is what leads to your wholesome life. That's all we want, right? Want to do what we want life. Just do what we really like to do, and but that's it. There's nothing much more than that you want to demand. Everything else will fall in place. So, and one more thing is, if you're and just try to interact with people who are not doing things that you're doing. It's very interesting to just see and talk to people who are doing completely different things. We would not have a panel discussion like this anywhere in the West, because there is no expectation from yourself that you should be doing only this after an MBBS or after a BTech or BSc. So anybody can do anything. It's just what you want to do. Of course, the challenges are very different. We cannot compare us to what is happening in the Western world. But this question it's not really too difficult. So more you interact with people who are much different than you, the more you will it'll open up your eyes to a lot of things, to the actual reality in the outside world, outside the medical bubble.
Thank you, Nivedita. So if I can just tell my bit there, 1 minute. So it was lovely and fascinating to have you here. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to come and on a Sunday and spend almost half a day with us. I'm sure that the students would have got some idea, at least to figure out what I don't want in my life. That is the most important thing. But when we talk about purpose, so if you want to give like 3Ds, 3Ps, if you want to give, the first one is purpose, second is perseverance, and third is patience. Probably these three things will help us to achieve what we would like to achieve. And with this, I don't think we can take any more questions, because there are some indications that we should close it with our panelists. They will be available during lunchtime to talk to you. Thank you so much. Let's give them a standing ovation, please. Thank you. Yeah. So over to you.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing their remarkable journeys and diverse perspectives. Each of you has demonstrated that a career in medicine is not confined to the walls of a hospital, but can branch out into research, policy, media, industry, sports, and beyond. And a special thanks to our moderator, Dr. Sitanshu Sir, for guiding the session with such depth and thoughtfulness. As we draw this panel to a close, let us carry forward the message: the future of medicine is full of possibility. Thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Rakhi Kar onto the stage to present the mementos.
Come to the front, we'll also have a photograph.
First, we have Dr. Nivedita T. We have Dr. Nuhat Bardai. We have Dr. Jaya Sridhar. Dr. Tyagarajan. Dr. Prashant Ganeshan. And our moderator, Dr. Sitanshu. Thank you, everyone.
Please come. We have to hold this.
So we officially have come to an end for Connaissance 7.0. I request you to proceed for lunch and join us back for valedictory, which would be at 3 o'clock.
Check, check. Check.
Check. Someone's key is in the auditorium lobby. People who need to come in today.
So, good evening. Since we have a time constraint, when each event's prize winners will be announced, we want all three prizes to come onto the stage, and then we'll have a picture, group picture with the director. Dignitaries are here. I request everyone to please be seated in the auditorium. The event shall commence in a few minutes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's both an honor and privilege to welcome all the esteemed dignitaries, respected faculty, and all the students to the valedictory ceremony of the 7th edition of Connaissance, held under the inspiring theme Ad Astra Medica, Medicine to the Stars. Officially kickstart the ceremony, it's with immense pleasure we present to you the recap videos of Day 1 and Day 2 of Connaissance 2025. That was a beautiful and enriching experience indeed. I now take the privilege to invite the dignitaries onto the stage. Our Honorable Director Sir of JIPMER, Dr. Veer Singh Negi, Acting Dean Research, Dr. Zakaria Bobby, Acting Dean Academic, Dr. Ravikumar Chittoria, Student Advisor, Dr. Lata Chaturvedula, the Organizing Secretary of Connaissance, Mr. Anurag Saurav. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Thank you. To begin the ceremony on the grace of gratitude, I request everyone stand up for the invocation as we offer our prayer to Lord Dhanvantri and seek his blessings for the journey ahead.
धन्वन्तरी स भगवानमृतत्वदाता यो वैद्यकस्य गुरुरादिरनादिकालात् योगाद्ददेहमन आत्मसुखावहस्य नैरोग्यतस्य नितरां च नृणां हितस्य तस्य हृणास्पदमहर्षिवरस्य शिष्य एते वयं प्रमुदिताननुभाग्यवन्तः येन प्रदीपितचरं शुचिरशुभयुः वेदस्य दीपामिह तत्पुरतो धरामः येन प्रभां वयमिहस्य वितत्स्य दिक्षु ज्योत्स्नामृजातिशमनीं प्रभवे मदातुं व्याधिव्यथार्थ हृदयाय हि मानवाय ध्येयं त्विदं भुवि कलापि च न किलैषः ध्येयं त्विदं भुवि कलापि च न किलैषः ध्येयं त्विदं भुवि कलापि च न किलैषः.
To begin the event, I invite event coordinator Mr. Karthik for the welcome address to officially open the final chapter of this unforgettable 3-day conference.
Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to welcome Dr. Veer Singh Negi, the Director of JIPMER, Dr. Zakaria Bobby, the Acting Dean Research, Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitoria, the Acting Dean Academic, Dr. Lata Chaturvedula, the Student Advisor, the respected faculties, and all the attendees who have gathered here to the valedictory function of Connaissance 2025. We have witnessed an inspiring confluence of ideas, innovations, and insights, from thought-provoking interactive sessions with experts to spirited presentations, quizzes, wide array of workshops, and the Model Health Assembly. It's with pride that I say Connaissance 2025 has lived up to its name. We have been honored to host leading minds in research and medicine whose presence and words have left a lasting impact in all of us. The passionate undergraduate researchers who have presented their work, asked the tough questions, and pushed boundaries, this conference was yours and you have used it wisely. As we gather here for the final chapter of this journey, we not only celebrate the achievements and awards, but also the friendships forged and the ideas sparked, and the drive to do more that each of us carries forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karthik. We are now honored to have among us our esteemed dignitaries whose guidance and encouragement have been instrumental in shaping this event. I now invite our respected Acting Dean Academic, Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitoria, to address the gathering.
Good evening. So every beginning has the end, and this is the happy end of the connaissance today with our all the dignitaries, respected Director Negi sir, Dr. Bobby, Madam Lata, and Anurag and other faculties here. I'm very happy to be part of this program today. And let me tell you, JIPMER is always on the forefront. JIPMER is the first institution in the country who started the international conference by UG level. Please, if AIMS has a third edition, we are having a seventh edition. And to your surprise, the last year participant and this year participants are double, more than 2,400. That shows the immense hard work done by our students and the attraction towards the social leadership, academic research, and interaction with other part of the students. 240 medical colleges students have come. That's very great. Even in any other conference also, we don't see this much of participation. I'm really happy and I would say thankful to the organizers of the Connaissance who made this program successful and also is truly international. Our speakers and our students have come from UAE, have come to know from Australia, from US and UK. So that shows that JIPMER has a potential to really go international. With this remarks, I conclude my talk and I congratulate the organizers and also the
Dr. Veer Singh Negi to share his reflections.
Good evening. I congratulate the organizers of this particular conference of such a successful conference. As Dr. Ravi has said, such a large gathering itself shows the interest of the young generation in academics and research. So I thank everybody for visiting JIPMER, and I hope that you people would have also visited other places in Pondicherry and enjoyed as much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. To encapsulate the vibrant energy, efforts, and accomplishments of the past 3 days, I invite Mr. Anurag Saurabh, our organizing secretary, to present the Connaissance report.
Good evening to one and all present here. In 2017, JIPMER pioneered a landmark initiative by launching Connaissance, India's first international undergraduate medical conference. What began as a bold step into uncharted territory has grown into a nationally recognized platform for academic exchange among budding medical professionals. Now, in its seventh edition, Connaissance remains a benchmark for excellence and innovation in undergraduate medical education. This year, Connaissance 2025 proudly hosted 2,500 delegates, representing over 240 medical colleges from across the country. From across 3 dynamic days, the conference featured an extensive array of events, expert talks, panel discussions, debates, interviews, scientific sessions, quizzes, workshops, and the third edition of the Model Health Assembly. The overarching theme of this year, the medicine beyond borders, at AstraMedica, set the tone for meaningful conversations that transcended conventional clinical boundaries. We had a grand inaugural ceremony addressed by Dr. Sanjay Sotpe, President of Public Health Foundation of India, as the chief guest. A particular highlight was the series of keynote and expert sessions held in the auditorium, which included three in-person talks. Dr. Samir Bakshi, Sir and Head of Department of Medical Oncology, AIMS New Delhi, Dr. Madhu Shashidhar, President and CEO of Apollo Hospitals, Dr. G.V. Rao, Director and Chief of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, and online sessions by Dr. Madhuri, Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Dr. Pankaj Chaturvedi, Director of Tata Advanced Center of Treatment Research and Education in Cancer, Professor Suman Chakrabarti, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. A thought-provoking panel discussion with panelists Dr. Nuhad Bardai, Dr. Nivedita, Dr. Jaya Sridhar, Dr. Tyagarajan K.A., Dr. Prashant Ganeshan sir, moderated by Dr. Sitanju Shekhar sir, Professor of Preventive and Social Medicine. A lively debate by Dr. Apurva Shastri, Additional Professor, Department of Microbiology. Dr. Venkateswaran sir, Additional Professor, Department of Medicine, along with the undergraduate students. It was moderated by Dr. Raki Khar, Head and Professor of Department of Pathology. And virtual interviews with leading experts who joined us remotely. These sessions reflected the diverse, evolving landscape of medicine in the global context. We were proud to introduce new workshops this year, bringing the total to 29 workshops, spanning departments and ambitious and unprecedented accomplishment. These sessions, conducted of 5 carefully scheduled blocks, range from clinical skill enhancement to nurturing research aptitude. Among the many academic innovations this year was the debate of case poster presentation, encouraging delegates to showcase their prowess in history taking and examination. Additionally, pathology and physiology domain are added in the symposium, receiving enthusiastic participation to encourage the first and second year students to hone their teaching skills and pedagogy. The research quiz, returning to its third year, was conducted on a significantly expanded scale, further enriching the scientific rigor of the event. The seventh edition of Conquest, our flagship intercollege medical quiz, was spirited participation and cross competition, adding a layer of excitement and camaraderie. The Model Health Assembly, now in its third year, built upon the strong foundation laid in its debut. It offered delegates a deeper and more immersive experience in global health diplomacy, policy making, and multilateral collaboration. This year, we reintroduced the Grand Gala Dinner here in the APJ compound, a vibrant evening where delegates engaging the JIPMER faculty and alumni. This interactive forum offered invaluable insights into academic pathways, career development, research opportunities, and personal experiences, making it one of the most well-received additions to the Conference 5. We are proud of how far we have come and optimistic about the road ahead. We hope this edition serves as a stepping stone for even greater academic and professional engagement in the years to come. Connaissance continues to evolve as a space where undergraduate students can explore, innovate, and lead the future of medicine. We thank all the delegates for their time, support, enthusiasm shown towards our conference. With over 2,500 delegates participating over 3 days across many events, we can proudly announce that the seventh edition of Connaissance is India's largest undergraduate medical students conference ever. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Anurag, for your warm words and insightful reflection. Now, it's time to celebrate the stars of Connaissance and recognize the excellence of participants who distinguished themselves through their performance in various events held during the conference. We will now begin with the distribution of medals and certificates to the winners. I invite our beloved student advisor, Dr. Lata Chaturvedula, to present the winners with certificates of merit of scientific events. To begin with, under the category of oral presentations in Case Chronicles, Medicine, the third prize, Aisha Moonam Kandathil, MES Medical College. Second prize, Fayed Muhammad, MES Medical College. First prize, Shreyas and Subodh Reddy, Gandhi Medical College, Secunderabad. Ophthalmology, the third place goes to Sahana TS and Rahadishwari. Second place, Sujit and Amog Nayak. Pediatric, third place, Prabhani Kaur and Syed Abdul from Osmania Medical College. Katyayani and Shrutika from Amrita School of Medicine. Second place, Aisha Mubin and Chetna G. Nathan from Gandhi Medical College. I request all the prize winners to come near the stage. In surgery, I request all the dignitaries to join us as we award the winners. Next in surgery, second place Monish Gokul and Madhumitra from Stanley Medical College. First place Ramita Anand and Sai Ishaswini from ESIC Chennai. In obstetrics and gynecology, third place Gauri Anur and Satyajit Gill from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal. Second place Amalnath Zalil and Riani John from Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences. First place Plessy Robinson from CMC Vellore.
Ask director sir also to give some.
I request our Honorable Director Sir to award the winners.
Distribution is mixed. You can call Ramesh sir and all in between, but these days will give it.
ENT, third place goes to Purna Acharya from SDM Medical College. Second place, Roja Shri from Sri Ramachandra Medical College and Research Institute, Chennai. First place, Anjali and Induleka Shasi from PSG Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. Moving on to the next event, poster presentation of case chronicles. In medicine, third place goes to Meturia Grace and Pagadia Divya from Malarity Institute of Sciences. Second place, Amulya and Anahita Kumari from SWIMS. First place, Arjun and Akhil from Government Medical College, Thrissur. In surgery, third place goes to Sampada from JIPMER Puducherry. Second place, Chaitanya and Pranav Bhatt from Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute. First place, Saya Sasta Kumar from Tirunelveli Medical College. Moving on to the next event, Inception. The third place goes to Venkatesh Babu from Vellamal Medical College, Hospital and Research Institute. Second place, Gautam S. from PSG Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. First place, Piyush Devangan from JIPMER, Karaikal. Now I invite Dr. Vikas Menon, Associate Dean Research, Professor from the Department of Psychiatry, onto the stage to award the prize winners. In the next category, research presentation, third place, Kritik Bagade. The first place goes to Navya Patil from SDM College of Medical Sciences and Hospital. Moving on to the poster presentations, third place goes to Sai Kiran Reddy from JIPMER, Puducherry. Second place, Rahul from Gandhi Medical College, Secunderabad. Now I invite Dr. Prashant Ganeshan, Associate Dean Research, Department of Medical Oncology, onto the stage to award the winners. I thank Dr. Vikas Menon for his gracious presence. Moving on to the research quiz, third prize goes to Pranav Bhatt and Chaitanya from BMC. Second prize goes to Nutalpati Divya and Dinesh Karthik from JIPMER. Next up, in Inventio, third place goes to Shajia Shareen, Kavya Ram and Tina Billa from Government Medical College, Suryapet. Second place, Shreya Mishra, Sajeev Gautam and from the College of ASMC, Janpur. First place goes to Mahira R and Joseph from Bharat Medical College and Hospital. With that, we finish the prize distribution for scientific events. Next up, moving on to Model Health Assembly. Honorable mention, Kayal Jayaseelan from PSG Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Coimbatore. Akshaya Muralidharan from Sri Gokul Medical College and Research Foundation. Special mention Shreya from Sri Venkateshwara Medical College, Hospital and Research, Chennai. High commendation Akshaya from PhD Institute of Medical Sciences, Coimbatore. Ananya Bhattacharya from MJMC, Puducherry. Thank you, Dr. Prashant. Next up, I invite Dr. Ramesh Babu, Professor of Ophthalmology, onto the stage to award the winners. In the academic events, under the category Student Symposium, second place goes to the team Abhinaya V, Vishal, Hari Prakash, Kushi, Hariharan, Harini from the Madras Medical College. The second place is also shared by Piyush Pandey and Tarun from Siddhartha Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. The first place goes to the team Saif Ahmad, Satish Karthik, Anirudh, Apsara, Bhavisha and Jebi.
We have not, there's only one team, that is one stage. Next team will come because it's a team. So let me
Next, in obstetrics and gynecology, the second place goes to the team from Amala Institute of Medical Sciences, Joyce R. Reggie, Mohammad Nadeem, Lakshmi Srijat, Neha Kurup, Nainendu Anand. And the first place goes to the team from Kerala University of Health Sciences, Aisha Moonam, Abdul Minham, and Fiza NT.
Pediatrics. First is obs and then pediatrics. Okay, now you are going to start reading these.
Next, in pediatrics, the second place goes to the team from Nanda Medical College and Hospital, Arjun Raj, Aswati Saravanan, Durai Raj M, Elekya C, and Vaishnavi Shankar. The first place goes to the team from Madras Medical College. Dharunashri S, Dhanya M, Devadarshini, Divya Bharati, and Bhuvaneshwari. Surgery. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. Next, I call Dr. Chitrakar, Professor, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, onto the stage to award the winners. In Pathology and Physiology, the second place goes to the team Kailash, Arunvarshini, Aishwarya, Abhishek, and Arul Kavari. The winners are Senthil Kumar, Vijay Hariharan, Rahul Raj, Vignesh, Balaji, and Akash Kumar. Next, we organize. Should I ask the faculty to give the answer? I just mentioned the questions to Kasim all the organizers. Next in surgery, the second place goes to the team Hemish, Kamlesh Krishna Sai, Jeevan Satish Kumar, Sitesh, Manushri, and Rakshita. The first place goes to Harita, Deepika, Deepa, Avanti, and Priyadarshini.
Yeah, no, we'll sort it out.
In surgery, the first place goes to Harita, Deepika, Deepa, Avanti, and Priyadarshini.
We'll sort it out later.
With that, we've completed the prize distribution. Once again, congratulations to all the prize winners.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Next up, we acknowledge the unwavering commitment of our organizing team with certificates of appreciation who worked diligently behind the scenes of Connaissance 2025. May I now request our Honorable Director Sir Dr. Veer Singh Negi and the dignitaries on the stage to do the honors. I call upon our Organizing Secretary Mr. Anurag Saurav, Event Coordinator Mr. Aravind Ravichandran, Event Coordinator Mr. Karthik, Event Coordinator Mr. Joe Peter Prince, Conference Facilitator Ms. Pela Yashaswini, Next up, the event coordinators, Mr. Aravind, Mr. Karthik, and Mr. Joe Peter Prince. The conference facilitators, Ayala Yashaswini, Mr. Parthiv, Mr. Angon. Head of Finance Committee, Bharti B, and Co-Head of Finance Committee, Arun Balaji. Head of Scientific Committee, Rahul Rajiv, and Co-Head of Scientific Committee, Shreya Repala. So next is okay. Next is workshop.
Yeah, workshop. Okay.
Next up, Head of Workshop Committee, Sri Sanjat, and Co-Head of Workshop Committee, Anamika. I also call Anupama, the Co-Head of Workshop Committee, Sudeep Ravi, to join us. Head of Academic Committee, Pawan 11, and Co-Head of Academic Committee, Ms. Amrita. Ashwin? Next up, Director General of Model Health Assembly, Ms. Shambhavi. Secretary General of Model Health Assembly, Mr. Sonat. Head of Public Relations, Ms. Hanshika. And Co-Head of Public Relations, Mr. Mrityunjay. And Head of Technical Committee, Mr. Jerome Paul Bobby.
He got on a leave. So now what are you going to do?
Social media,
Social with Harshvardhan Kesava.
Should I call the Next, Head of Social Media Committee, Mr. Arjun Mahadevan. Head of Web Development Committee, Mr. Hariharan. Head of Venue Committee, Mr. Harshavardhan.
Logistics and price three will come. There's 7G1.
Okay. Next, Head of Logistics Committee, Mr. Kesav Raj. Head of Price Committee, Ms. Jiva Sakti. And Co-Head of Price Committee, Mr. Deepak.
Ideas are in Renit.
Head of Food and Catering Committee, Mr. Muttamilan. Head of Accommodation Committee, Mr. Aizaz Aryan. Head of Design Committee, Mr. Rinit Rabuchandran.
Ashwin Jabbar very last. Wait, wait. Avi and Yuta are going to take just a picture. After that, you announce Ashwin Jabbar. Where is the where is Avi and Amanda?
Should I announce it? Or picture? How much we have there?
So, okay, so you don't need anything. Oh, no, coming to the okay.
I'm also extremely delighted to invite Mr. Ashwin Jabbar, the photographer, for clicking the best clicks of this conference.
You also group.
I request all the organizers to come onto the stage for a group photo.
With the certificate. With the certificate. Go.
Should I just get the camera? I request all the dignitaries to please be seated. Vote of thanks by event coordinator. As we draw the curtains on this vibrant celebration, it is time for the closing speech of Connaissance 2025. I invite event coordinator Mr. Joe Peter Prince to offer his parting words of inspiration and gratitude.
Good evening to one and all gathered here. Respected director, esteemed faculty members, and my fellow student researchers. Here we are at the closing ceremony of the 7th edition of our undergraduate research conference, Connaissance 2025. But before we draw the curtains on this event, some gratitude is in order. The conference that you see in this scale and magnitude wouldn't have been possible without the immense support we received from our faculties. First and foremost, I would like to thank our director, Dr. Veer Singh Negi, for his unwavering support throughout the conference. Thank you, sir, for your guidance and encouragement. It truly inspires us. I extend my deepest gratitude to our Dean Research, Shan Ganeshan, were with us every step of the way, lending us their experience and correcting us along the way. This conference wouldn't have been possible without the constant support and motivation we received from you. Thank you, sirs and ma'am. I would also like to thank Dr. Bobby Sakriya, our acting dean, for his support. The Dean Academic, Dr. Vikram Kate, and our acting dean, Dr. Ravikumar Chitoria, were together with us and helped us make all the decisions. Thank you, sirs, for your moral support and words of encouragement. I would like to thank our student advisor, Dr. Lata Chadurvedula, for taking time out of a busy schedule and helping shape Connaissance by helping us gather such a formidable speakers that truly elevated the experience of this year's Connaissance. I also extend my gratitude to all the distinguished faculty who helped us throughout the event with conducting workshops, judging events, as well as others for providing an entertaining yet thought-provoking discussions on the stage. We are deeply indebted to all of you. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards the auditorium in charge, the Department of Telemedicine, the Department of Horticulture, Securities, and all the supporting staff for their invaluable contribution to the smooth conduct of this event. We could not have given you this experience if not for the tireless work put in by the various committees, the heads, co-heads, and the various in charges. It is only because of the wholehearted contributions of everyone involved that the events could go on seamlessly. And as they say, the parts came together to indeed create something greater than the whole. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all of you, our delegates, for coming here and taking this event out and beyond our imagination. We are extremely pleased to have hosted all of you, and even more grateful for taking part and giving meaning to all the hard work we have put into it. Once again, thank you all for being here. The world of discovery is one of fascination to all of us, and I hope that Connaissance give you a peek behind the curtains and let you once again awaken your inner child. Ask the questions that matter and to get the answers you deserve. Ad Astra Medica, the theme of this year's Connaissance, should be a testimony to the cosmic efforts that shaped the medical fraternity and will continue to shape it in the coming years. Let the grapes fall. Let us all go back. Let us all start what we set out to do, to heal beyond the horizon. Thank you, one and all.
And thus, Connaissance 2025 draws to a close, not as an end, but as a launch pad for the dreams we've ignited together. Over these days, we've engaged in inspiring discussions, embraced learning with enthusiasm, and built connections that will endure beyond this event. Let's carry the spark into our wards, our books, and our lives until we meet again under newer skies with fresher ideas. Before we conclude, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कलबङ्गा विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्छल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
The refreshments for the dignitaries and faculty have been arranged in the VIP dining hall. Once again, thank you all for being a part of Connaissance 2024.